Ariki, ki whakaata Māori, me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their breed. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit.
Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this.
Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process.
E te ti e te tā nau mai hoki mai anō ki te papa i oia ki tā tua toru o tō tātou nei whakataitai. Kia ora and good morning everyone. Welcome back to Palmerston North to the third day of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Boys Football Tournament for 2025. My name is Toby and once more I'll be taking you through the day's action. Koe nei te kēmu tuatahi au te kāmara kua taka. As the camera takes a little spill there, we're here for our first fixture. Ko St. Peter's Cambridge, he tākaro ana I te whero. Rāua ko Hutt International Boys School, he tākaro ana I te kahurangi. We have St. Peter's Cambridge lining up in the red strip. Hutt International Boys School playing in the blue. Kaori anō hau kia mātakitaki I nei tima e rua nō reira. Kaori au te tino mōhio, ka pēhea rātau, he tākaro I o rātau, I a rātau whutupōro, ka pēhea, a rātau rautaki. I'm yet to see either of these teams play myself, so it'll be interesting to see how they approach their footy, what kind of strategy they look to bring to this fixture. St. Peter's lining up with a very strong side. Timatana ki te kaikatiuhanga, their goalkeeper Ryan Cole, ko ngā kaiarai, Cruz Crafts, Julian Sybin, Elias Baker and Caleb Lee, ko ngā kaunuku, the midfield, Theo Anthony, Ollie Lowry and Caleb Woodfield. Kātahi ko ngā kai whakaeke up front. We've got their attackers, Jacob Campbell, Tāne Wetere and Luka Devcic. He rāti no whakahirahira kei te haere. Ia tātou e whakatatana ki ngā kēmu, whakamutunga o tēnei whakataitai. Really important, really exciting day of footy coming up as we near the final stage of this tournament. Both teams looking to secure playoff spots into the business end of things. Hutt International Boys School e tākaro ana mai te maui ki te matau, playing from left to right. Ka tākaro Cambridge mai te matau ki te maui from right to left. Hutt International Boys School also bringing a really strong lineup into this fixture. We've got Lucas Jeffries standing as the kaikatiuhanga in goal. Ko ngā kaiarai defenders, we've got Arkenstall, Papadopoulos, Miller and West, ko ngā kaunuku, Martin Young, and Duden, ko ngā kai whakaeke, Mackenzie, Raymond and Dawson. As we get underway here, St. Peter's, e ngana ana ki te kōkiri ki taua parirau maui, tētai ia, te whana I tētai whana hokai engari, he whana kokoke. St. Peter's already looking to drive up that left wing side. Couldn't quite get his cross away, but he gets the early corner for his team. Will be interesting to see how these teams approach these footy. As I've mentioned, we've seen a range of tactics over the course of the past few days. Most teams very keen to work up those wings. Whakamahi ana I ngā whana koko, I ngā whana hōkai. Kia wero I ngā kaiarai, using their crosses, using their corners to challenge defence. As we see another corner for St. Peter's. Looks like it's going to be Caleb Lee to take it, coming in from that left-hand side. We see the corner coming in towards the far post. Kia mahunga pai tērā, engari pēra rawa hoki. Te kaha, te kaikatiuhanga. Lovely header there, getting up over his man. But in the end, nice easy save for the goalie as Hutt International Boys School look to get straight back on the attack. It'll be number 3. Angus McKenzie there with the throw-in. St. Peter's just getting driven down into that corner, looking to escape. Mate whanaroa. Hangananaya. I tō rātau haurua, looking to clear the ball out of their half through that long ball. As we see Hibbs happy to just play it around the back, giving it back to their goalkeeper Jeffries as he belts it away up towards halfway. It's back with St. Peter's. Number 10, Caleb Woodfield. Tākaro ana mehe pau, mā tōna tima, kaore e kore. Iara tera I te wā whakamutunga ka kia hau I tōna ingoa. Caleb Woodfield in the number 10 jersey, playing as a little bit of a pillar for his team in that sort of central attacking midfield role. Definitely won't be the last time we hear his name over the course of this fixture, as Hibbs forced to put it out over the touchline. E makapai taha kia Hato Petera no. Another throw in to St. Peter's. E mihi ana ki ngā tauira o mua o te Hato Petera tuturu. E taku aroha kua tāhai tia i au. Tākou tau ingoa. E hara tēnei. I te mahi whakaisi, he mahi whakau te kē. Makapaitaha ki a Hato Petera. We've got this run for St. Peter's. How will they approach it? As it goes towards the right-hand side of the box. The cross in over the top. Can they get a shot off? They can. Te taia ia te whai te neti I taua wā, engari kei a rātou tonu. Can't quite find the back of the net on that occasion, but still with St. Peter's as they get another throw in. This time from the left-hand side. So they're looking to work it around the back. Kutu pai tērā. Nā te kaiarai. E mahi ana I te mahi. Lovely work there from Dawson, it looked like. Just getting in to disrupt that play. You see the throw in come in for Hibs. Little 1-2 play between Martin and his defender. So we see that long ball going over the top. Now, Hibs with the opportunity to drive into the box. Can he get his whana Hawkeye off? Can he get the cross off? Gets it away. Engari kua kauparetia e taua kaiarai. Lovely block by the defender. Hibs comes steaming in with the long shot from the top of the box. Just drifts to the left. Engari, he tohu pai. Ai e nei tima e rua. Hakoa e tōmu tonu mātou tātou. I tēnei kēmu. E taia heinga. Okay, ia tima, although we're still early on in the game, we're seeing good early signs for both of them getting some shots off, getting some chances, bringing plenty of energy to this first fixture of the day. Petra. Oh, a lovely little back heel there. Just flicks it up the line, finds his winger. Can't quite get away on this occasion. Hengari he maka paitaha no ki o Hato Petra. Another throw in for St. Peter's. Just getting trapped down on this left-hand side. Can they work that ball back into the middle? Koira tētahi rautaki. Kua tino whakamahia. E te nuinga o ngā tima I ngā rā kua hipa. Ka ngana ki te kōkiri mā ngā parirau. Ka tahi ka whakamahi I ngā whana hōkai. Ki te pauaka. We've seen this strategy employed by the majority of teams so far in this tournament. Looking to drive up those wings, use their pace out wide, and cross it into the box. Looking to make some serious aerial threats as we see a strong tackle there from number 2 for St. Peter's. That's Cruz Crafts letting his man know he is here to play. He āhuatanga tērā o te rangatahi. Ti rao ngā rangatahi tāne. Kaore rātau I te mataku ki te whawhai. It's another aspect of our rangatahi, especially of these young lads. Not afraid to get in the fight, not afraid to put their bodies on the line. That physical aspect of the game, as we see again, nice strong contact there. Referee letting it play on. Can guarantee will not be the last of those kinds of challenges we see throughout this game. Only 6 minutes in, and both of these teams trying to imprint themselves into this fixture. As we see Hibs happy to work it around the back. E rautaki tērā no kua tino kitea. E tātou I nei rā kua hipa. Hako he rangatahi nei kai tākaro. He tino pakeke, he tino mānawa nawa. Ngā whakaro. E o rātou rautaki. Although these players are still young, we have seen a lot of this style of play over the past couple of days. Very wise, very mature footy. Happy to pass it around the back, looking to shift those attackers from left to right. Open up those gaps for them to exploit. Really not trying to rush anything. Taku tino kupu anō, ko te makariri, ka kaha whakamahi ai au, ia hau e whakahau ana, e whakaako ana I aku ake tima. My favourite word again that I will so often use when I coach my own teams. Makariri, nice and chill, playing your football with a cool head, not trying to force anything, playing the game at your own speed and let's come. As we see a good challenge over in that right-hand corner. Engari he makapaitaha no kia Hato Petera. Looks like it will be a throw to St. Peter's. Sybin going over to take it. Taku aroha he whana whiwhi. Looks like it'll actually be a free kick. Looks like he might opt for the long ball to get his team out of trouble, and he does. Whakapiri tonu ana ki taua taha matau. Kaore anō kia tino ki te tātou. I ngā kōkiri kei Wainganui, still holding out to that right-hand side. We haven't seen either team looking to drive up the middle as of yet. Very much clinging to that wing-centric strategy as the ball goes out for a throw-in for Hibs. E wā tika tēnei ki te mihi atu ki ngā kaitau toko maha o tēnei kaupapa. Kia Caltex, Whakata Māori, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Polo Projects, Bailey's 2 Degrees. I o rātou whakatuaratanga, i o rātou whakatairangatanga o tātou, a tātou rangatahi, me o rātou hākina. Hei kore ake rātou ngā kaitautoko, kore tēnei whakataitai e tū, te rā. Hei kore ake rātou, te taia e mātou, te rikoatai te kemu nei. If it wasn't for all of their support, we would not be able to bring you this tournament or be able to give these boys the opportunity to play on live stream. So we really do give our thanks to all of our sponsors who enable us to bring you this tournament and this fantastic coverage here today. As we see, getting a little bit scrappy around the back for Hato Petera. Hibs trying to drive up the middle, and now Hato Petera e whakahoki ana on the counter-attack. See, number 10 again, distributing out to his central forward. Can't quite break away on this occasion. A lovely bit of forward pressure. Is of offense. Best way to counter te rā rautaki. Me he mea ko ngā kaiara e tuku ana ki a rātou anō. Kia tino pukumahi ngā kai whakaeke. Kia hapiti te taumahatanga ki a rātou. The best way to counter that strategy. The defenders are passing around themselves. He ū! Taku aroha. He rā pēr he ū. Pau, ko te āhua nei ai ki te kaiwa wau he tūhapa. Looks like there might have been an offside. Look for a second there. Hibs had broken the deadlock, but St. Peter's get away with that one. As I was saying, the best way to counter that nice chilled offensive strategy that we've seen so many teams employ, just moving it around the back. Those forwards need to get up and place some pressure on the defense. Can't let them play their own game. Need to force them to make mistakes. If they allow them to shift the ball, if they allow them to play at their own, allow them to hold position and play at their own pace, it can get really dangerous for the attacking team. As we see Hato Petera. Kei te makapaitaha ki taua taha matau anō. Me te whana kōkiri, e whai ana. Tata. I ngana pai tērā, nā. Te pariro matau. Lovely try from the right winger there. Looking to flash his shot right back across goal. Just drifts in behind, and it will be e whanatapawha anō kia Hibs. Another goal kick to Hibs as they look to take it quickly. Once again, ko ngā kaiarai, e mahi ana te mahi. Those defenders doing the work as we see the whana roa ki runga. E taia e ia te whakatau I te poro I tēnei wā. Couldn't quite get the ball under his control this time. That was number 16, number 15, Takuaroha, Raymond. As we see Hato Petera. Mahi ana mai muri, working it out from the back. Looking to go up the centre. Engari ko tāheitia e Dibs. Lovely work from Hibs to steal it. Equally lovely work there from number 10 Woodfield to get back on it again for his team. Kāre anō tātou. Kia kite tētahi o enei tima. E rapu ana I o rātou piti. E o rātou rere me ki. Get to see either of these teams really find their rhythm, find their flow so far in this opening 10 minutes. As you would expect of the first game of the day, plenty of energy, plenty of fight. Not too many gaps opening up, as you see both defences doing really well to cover the field, get across, placing heaps of pressure on the man with the ball. Interesting to see which team can start to open it up first. Ato Petra, e hoki ana ki tō rātou kaikatsuhanga. St. Peter's sending it back to their goalie. Rapuana I tōna tuara matau, engari tētai ia te ono. Looking for his left back. Tuara maui me ki owe. Kua wareware I hau. Oku maui me oku matau. Looks like I've forgotten my lefts and rights already. E te whānau. Stay in school. As we see Hibs. Another throw in. Mahi ana. Kei taua parirau matau. I nai nei te whanahokai e whakawhiti ana ki te maui. Working around that right hand side. Now the cross, looking to work it back across to the left. Hibs now driving down towards the corner. Doing well to keep the ball here. Some serious pressure coming on. They've retained possession and now they look to return. Ki tō rātou tūra maui. Bring it back to their left back. As he looks in our drive up, engari. Ato Petra, e whakahoki ana. Ka taia ia. Te whai I tōna hoa ke Wanganui. Can he find his mate on the middle? Comes back, te kuru mai roa. The long shot, engari, he karo pai rawa atu. Nā te kaikati uhanga o Hibs. E mihi kau wana kia Jeffries I taua mahi pai rawa atu. Ki te kaupare I taua kuru. Lovely save there from Jeffries. That shot taking a little deflection to his right. Gets down well with the diving save. As we see Te Whanahokai. Mahi Te Whanakoko at crossfield. Corner kick coming in towards the far post. Ko te aua nei. Te whana takapore tērā. Looked like a little bit of an attempted bicycle. Maybe more of a standing bicycle. Didn't quite get the full rotation in there. But we'd love to see that attempt from the young man. Inai nei Hibs. Kōkirina ki taua maui. Taua taha maui. Just driving up that left hand side. Te tai e rātou te hono I taua wā. Couldn't quite link up on that occasion. Engari. Kua tūkaha. Ngā kaiaro. Ngā kaiarai. Hato Petra. Enei menetu te kau kua hipa. Kua tino taumaha. Ngai kai whakaeke. O Hibs I a rātou. Engari. Te tai e rātou te whai te neti. Some strong defense from the St. Peter's side in the past 10 minutes. Hutt International Boys School really piling on the pressure. They've done well to withstand. Hibs unable to find the net. And now St. Peter's looking to take hold of the momentum. The cross into the box. Only finds Te Putuarai tēnei wā. Just finds the defender. Clears it out with a good header. Good tuki a mahunga. Another scrap on that far side. Marikea Hibs I 9-8. Rutu pai tērā. E mea mō rea tērā te rutu mai. I muri. Te nuingo te wā me he mea ka he tō mahi. He hara kei te haere. Hard, dangerous thing to do. The tackling from behind. Easy to mess up, to concede the foul, but well executed there. See both teams just scrapping tataki taua pai wehe around that halfway line. Hibs now looking to link up. Ngari he rutu pai tērā nā Hato Petra. Kua taua nama te kaua no kua tāhaitia. Te pōro. Lovely work from the number 10 there to get that ball back. Good tackle, but it has gone out. Te makapaitaha. Kia Hibs I tēnei wā. Throw in for Hibs on this occasion. As we see, he whanawhiwhi kia Hibs. nei he makapaitaha kia Hato Petera. Ka hore anō, ngā tima e rua, ka tino whai i ngā heinga pai. Neither of these teams yet to find any really solid chances. It's been a very much physical battle. Mostly bouncing around there pai wehe, that halfway line. St. Peter's look to break out. E kōkiri ana ki taua taha maui. Driving down that far side. Engari, just kōro i te paitaha, no reira he maka paitaha anō. Ball crossing the sideline and we get another throw in. Lovely work. Not giving up, fighting even on the ground to win that ball back, but Hibs come away with it. I nai nei te whanaroa. E rapu ana i tōna parirau matau, engari tētai e ata hono I tēnei wā. Lovely long ball, looking to link up with his front with it. Can't quite do it on this occasion. St. Peter's now looking to play out from the back. Working it back into the centre. Mahi pai tērā, nā ngā kai whakaeke o Hibs. Kia pēhi, kia tāmi. Te kai katuhanga o Hato Petera. Lovely work there from the Hibs attackers, looking to place that pressure on the St. Peter's goalie, not allowing him to work around from the back, as now they win it in the box. Can he find his mate? Te taia. Mahi rau e tērā, nā te kai katuhanga. Kia kaupare ai I taua whakaekinga. Lovely work from the goalie to get out and cut off that attack, as now St. Peter's come straight back down at them. Te kuru. Engari ngā wari noa. Te kai katuhanga for Hibs. Easy save for Hibs, as we see both teams now starting to break out. St. Peter's with that Hibs, with that initial chance, almost getting the cross away. And then St. Peter's right back on the counter-attack. Gap starting to opening up, seeing the attackers starting to get some good running ball. Really starting to threaten the defense as Hibs. Te whana kōkiri, lovely through ball, waits it perfectly. Ka taia te whaitana, whana Hawkeye, can he find his cross? Instead works it back into the middle. Looking to use his skills to dribble his way out of trouble, can't quite do so. Nicely shut down. Nā ngā kaiara o Hato Petera. Lovely work from the St. Peter's defense to shut that one down. Hibs unrelenting though, keeping that ball down inside the St. Peter's half. Not letting them get on the counter-attack. We've already seen te tere, te koi, o ngā kaunuku o Hato Petera. Tino mō rea rea I a rātau e whakahoki ana. Seeing the pace and the skill of this St. Peter's midfield. Looking really dangerous on the counter-attack as almost poaches one there. Kare e kore, te ngākau o te kai katiuhanga I tōna waha I taua wā. Goalkeeper for Hibs would have had his heart in his mouth there. Almost got that clearance blocked. Nāia nei, Hato Petera, e kōkiri ana ki taua parirau maui. Ngana ana ki te whanawhana ki Wainganui. Lovely work down that left-hand side, looking to dribble into the middle. And the shot from a long way out. Just decided he was a little bit bored and decided to try and hoof it from a good 20 or 30 metres away. Have to say, fair play for giving it a go. Couldn't quite keep it down. Does a good job to get it as high as he did and sails over the bar. Engari, te kaunga meneti e toi ana I tēnei haurua tuatahi. Te āhua nei he u kei te haere, ko te pātai māwai e u, māwai e whai. I taua rereketanga. Just feel like there's a goal coming in these last 10 minutes of the half. The real question is who from? Who's going to be able to find that difference to take the lead into the break? Hibs working it around the top of the box. Kōkiri ana ki Wainganui driving up the middle, finding his right winger. Te whana Hawkeye engari kua kaupare tia. Looked to get the cross away, but well blocked by the St. Peter's defender. Haere anō rātou kia puta I te ngahere. Not out of the woods yet. Hibs keep still working it around the top of the box. Kai whakeeku o Hato Petera, tino puku mahi ana. Those attackers of St. Peter's working so hard to put the pressure on as we see Hato Petera, te ahenga, Te I ki te tātou I te mōrearea o rātou whakahokinga I reira te hua. Aha koa te taumahatanga I apitihia e Hibs. Tētai e kuna noa. Kei reira te kai whakaeke o Hato Petera kia whai te utuatahi o tēnei kēmu. We see St. Peter's so dangerous on the counter-attack. Hibs piling so much pressure on. St. Peter's only needing 1 second, one chance to get straight on the counter-attack. Beautiful through ball, taken well, dribbled well by their striker. Gets himself into a great position and a beautiful finish to match. St. Peter's grabbed the advantage with just 7 minutes to go in this first half. Koera te mea mō rea rea. Te rautaki. Tino tere. That is the danger of playing such fast football. So high up the field as Hibs are doing. Ai ka hua mai, ka puta mai ngā āhenga, engari kia tūpato koe. Kei whakahoki atu. O hoariri. Yes, you will get chances, but you need to be careful. Knowing that as soon as you lose the ball, your opponents have such a good chance to get on the counter-attack and find the space in behind. It so often opens up when your team presses up the field. Hato Petera doing a wonderful job of exploiting that. Ina nei te whanaroa. Te kaikatiuhanga, ko kauparetia. E Hibs anō, Hibs doing well to cut that one again. Now, he makapaitaha. Ko ki te tātou I etahi o ngā tima I whakamahi ana I ngā makapaitaha roa. Me te mea nei, he whana hokai. He whiu hokai me ki. Nā te kaha o ngā whiu o etahi o enei rangatahi. We've seen a lot of teams using their long throw-ins to their advantage. Almost managing to get crosses in from those throw-ins with the strength of the throws of some of these boys. Yet to see either of these teams use that advantage. Not sure if either of them have players with the same strength as we have seen from teams like Howard College and St. Bede's. Hibs tētai e rātou te taua wā, can't quite find the net that time. The ball just drifts behind for whanatapa whā. Kia Hato Petera. Will be a goal kick to St. Peter's. E whānga meneti e toi ana I tēnei haurua tuatahi. Te pātai nei, mehemea kātaia I tētahi o enei tima. Te whai tētai ua nō I muri te weheruatanga. Kātaia a Hibs, ki te whai te whakautu ki a Hato Petera. Kātaia e Hato Petera, te whakanui I taua āputa. Will Hibs be able to find a response to that St. Peter's challenge? Will St. Peter's be able to extend their lead going into the break? Still 4 minutes to go. The way this game is being played, you feel like there'll be plenty more chances for both sides. Nai nei, Hato Petera, te kokri ana ki taua kokuna maui, driving into that left-hand corner, looking to get the crossway, me te kuru hoki. Mahi pai tērā, tīnana ki te raina, nā taua kai yarai, lovely work there from that defender, putting his body on the line. Looked like it was number 16 Miller who managed to get in there, stop what looked to be a pretty certain goal. Engari, he whanakoko tonu ki a Hato Petera, still corner to St. Peter's. Can they convert on all of this momentum towards the far post? Tiki a mahunga pai tērā nā te kaiarai ki te whakawātea I taua whakaekinga. Lovely header there from the defender to clear that attack out. Engari, kaore no rātou ki a puta I te ngahere. Not out of the woods yet. St. Peter's retain possession deep in their half. Engari, he makapaitaha ki a rātou anō. Now they get the throw in, as they look to try and get back up into St. Peter's territory. Try and find that goal. even things up going into the half. Takuharoa e te iwi, kaore anō te tauranga kua panoni engari. Ko Hato Petera e toa ana mā te tahi. Apologies e te iwi, the scoreboard yet to change, but St. Peter's, if you have just joined us, are leading by 1-0 over Hibs here as we near the end of this first half. Anei, te whanakōkiri, tērā pēr kāo. E ai, ki te kai wawao i āhua kaha taua wero rā. A little bit of a strong challenge according to the referee there, and we see a free kick to St. Peter's. Te whakaro nei tērā pēr ka ngana rātou ki te tuku i te poro. Ko tahi atu ki te pauwaka. Looks like they're going to try and send the ball straight into the box. Get a header on it as the ball floats in just towards the top of the box. Well controlled. Me te kurua no hoki. Tino tata ki taua pau mātou. Ngana pai tērā. Engari tētai e ia te whakatau i te poro i tēnei wā. Lovely shot there, really close to that right-hand post. Good attempt at what looked like a volley. Couldn't quite keep it down on this occasion. But a really good chance of St. Peter's. They can continue to pile the pressure on this Hibs side. Hibs now. Tai te miniti e toi ana no iho. Ka tai e rātou te whai te tai ahenga noa e mui i te weheruatanga. Just 1 minute to go. Can Hibs get the ball back up the field, find one more opportunity before the half-time break? Te whanakōkiri e rapuana i tōna Harirau. Through ball, looking for his winger, can't quite find him on this occasion. E nāianei Hibs. Kōkiri ana ki taua Harirau. Maui driving up that left-hand wing. Te whanahōkai, the cross in. Can he get a shot off? He taia ia i tēnei wā, tino tata. Te whana kōkiri ki taua Harirau Maui. Me te whana hōkai hoki, engari āhua ua. Mā te Harirau matau ki te whakatau i taua poro. Beautiful drive down that left-hand side and a good cross to match. Found his right winger. Couldn't quite keep it down on that occasion, but a good sign there for Hibs. Managing to put some serious pressure on the Hato Petera defence, as it looks like after this kick it will be half time. Referee just playing it on a little bit here as we near the end of the first period of the game. E makapaitaha anō ki Hato Petera. Tērā pēr tētai mahi e toi ana. Throw into St. Peter's. Hibs happy to belt it out. Engari ka tākaro tonu tātou. Tērā pēr here ahainga nō kei te haere. Gonna keep playing. Maybe one more chance for St. Peter's to try and extend their lead going into the break. Engari Hibs kua tāhaitia. He rātou te poro i nāianei e ngana ana ki te whakahoki. It's Hibs stealing the ball, looking to come back. And on the counter in the dying moments of the first half. Mari te rutu pai nā te kai yārai o Hato Petera. Lovely tackle by the St. Peter's defender. Mai nei he whana whiwhi. Kia Hato Petera i ai ki te kai wawao i āhua. Tō muri taua rutu. Referee just says that tackle was a little bit late. Will be a free kick to St. Peter's. Will be number 6. Caleb Lee puts that ball in. Ngari reira hoki. Te kai yārai or Hibs. Hibs clearing it away. Looking for their striker. Can't find him on this occasion. Whana whiwhi Hibs I tēnei wā. Hai ki te kai wawao. Whana. Te kai whake ki te waiwai. Te kai yārai. Looks like there was just a little bit of contact there from the attacker on the leg of his defender. And we see another free kick to St. Peter's. As this game just ticks on. Ia, te kai wawao e tituru ana ki tāna wati. The referee looks at his watch. I feel like there can't be much longer left in this half. Kia Hibs anō. Whakamahi ana ki Muri, working it around the back. Trying to open up those gaps. Now driving up that right hand side. Puana I tōna hoa kei Wainganui, looking for his mate in the middle, can't quite find him. Ato Petera I nai anei e whakahoki ana. St. Peter's now coming back on the counter attack. Still retaining possession and driving up the centre. I nai anei e raku ana. I tāna whanahokai looking to get his cross off, and he does. Well put behind by the defender. Whanako ko anō ki Hato Petera, kaore anō tēnei haurua tūtahi kia mutu. Nō reira, anei te āhenga, mā Hato Petera ki te whaitaua au, whakanui taua aputa I a tātai whakatata ana ki te weheruatanga. Here is the opportunity for St. Peter's to find that goal, extend their lead as we draw close to the end of this first half. Bounces around in the box, can they get a shot off? Still with St. Peter's, Hibs managed to clear it away. It was bouncing around dangerously there for Hibs, as now they look to counter-attack. Through Raymond. Te whanakōkiri, āhua roa rawa I taua wā. Nā, te kaikatiuhanga o Hato Petera I whakapai, cleaned up by St. Peter's goalkeeper, who now looks to fling it out to that left-hand side. Tērā taha maui. E rapuana, e tāna pūtura, engari kua tāhaitia. Air Hibs is looking for his left-back. Nicely stolen by Hibs. The attempted back heel. Little bit up there from the Hibs attack. Can't quite link up. And the through ball just goes long. Ngari, ka tākaro tonu tātou. Hato Petera ki whanatapawha. Te whana roa e rapu ana I ana kaunuku, looking for his midfield them, and now te whana kōkiri ki taua pariro, the through ball to the winger, engari ngāwari noa. Ate kaikatiuhanga, nice and easy for the goalkeeper there. Didn't seem too troubled by that one. Still that back and forth box to box type play from these two teams. Nai koira te weheruatanga, te mutungo tēnei haurua tuatai, he haurua tino tere tata hi kakarawa atu. That is the end of this first half. Very close half of footy. Both teams coming quick out the gates. St. Peter's able to find that goal and take the advantage. Engari kaua wehe te iwi. He haurua tino hi kakaka te haere. Don't go far. We've got an exciting half of footy coming up. St. Peter's leading 1-0 at the break.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit.
Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this.
Filling and saving feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa e te iwi nau mai hoki mai ki te haurua tuarua o tēnei kiemu. Kia ora and good morning everyone. Welcome back to the second half of our first fixture here for the day. Ko Hato Petera e toana mā te tahi ki Hibs. St. Peter's leading Hibs by 1-0 after what was a very exciting first half. Tuatahi nei mo taku he. Kaore au I mōhio engari ka rua te kau mā 5 miniti nā haurua katoa o ngā kemu e toiana I tēnei whakataitai. My apologies, it will be 35-minute halves for the remainder of the tournament. Obviously in the pool stage with 1 hour fixtures, now extending that out to 70 minutes. Nō reira, he roa tonu te wā, kei eo e nei tima. Still a long time to go for both of these teams. Te rapea kataia e Hibs, te whai te whakautu. Ki taua u, or St. Peter's, will Hibs be able to find a response to that St. Peter's goal, or will St. Peter's be able to extend their lead? Tākaroa Hibs, mai te taha matau te taha maui, I o rātou kahurangi. Hibs will be playing from right to left in their blue kits. St. Peter's coming out on defence, mai te taha maui ki te taha matau from left to right. St. Peter's immediately ngana ana ki te kōkiri ki taua pariro matau, looking to drive up that left-hand side. Good steal, as now the cross comes in. Te kuru hoki, te taia ia, te whakatau I te poro I tēnei wā. Lovely early attack there from St. Peter's, driving up the right-hand side. The cross coming in. I don't quite get it under control on this occasion, as the shot just goes wide of that right-hand post. Hare he tohu pai te rā, mā Hato Petera. Tonu ana I tēnei haurua tuarua. Good signs for St. Peter's still early in this second half. Already getting to string together some good plays, putting some pressure on that Hibs defence. Engari nai nei Hibs, e whakahoki ana. Hibs on the counter-attack, te whana kōkiri. Engari, mahi pai tērā nā te kaikatiuhanga o Hato Pētara kia kaupare. He taua whakaekinga, lovely work from the Hibs goalkeeper. Getting across to cut out that through ball. Inaia nei Hato Pētara e kōkiri ana ki taua taha Maui, driving up that left-hand side, can't quite link up, and now Hibs with the opportunity to come back at them. Skuanaki, Rātou Parirau Matau, sending it up to their right winger, can't quite link up. Now St. Peter's, ngana ana ki te whakatau I te āhuatanga o tēnei mahi, looking to settle this play down. Hibs not letting them do so. And now, St. Peter's finding the way to get that long ball off, relieve some of that pressure. Ia te poro e rewana ki tā wāhi o taua paitaha as the ball drifts across that right-hand touchline. Te maka paitaha tuatahi o tēnei haurua tuarua I Hato Pētara. The first throw-in of the second half will be for St. Peter's. He maka paitaha anō. And we see the ball immediately go out for another throw-in. St. Peter's retaining that possession. Ki te tātou, I tētai haurua, tino tere, I mua I tēnei, ko ngā tima e rua, tākaro ana ki te ngāo, ki te hīkaka. Tērā pēa, ia tēnei kēmu I haere tonu ana. Ia ngā tima e rua, e ngenge haere ana, ka pōturi haere, te āhuatanga o te kēmu nei. We saw a really fast, really exciting first half of football. Both teams coming out with plenty of energy. Just wonder, perhaps as this game progresses, the slightly longer times than what these boys were playing yesterday, you might see it start to settle a little bit. Might see both teams try and slow down that pace of play. Look for those opportunities to find goals later in the half. Inaia nei, he tapawha, taku aroha, he tūhipa. Harei tapawha, he tū hapa au we taku reo, kua kore take haere. So we see an offside there, a tūhapa from Hibs. St. Peter's not wasting any time to bomb it up the middle as they find their number 10. Te whana Hawkeye. Tino tata, he kai whakaeke, engari tētai ia te tūtaki te poro, he tēnei wā. That cross drifting so close to the number 7, Luka Devčić. Couldn't quite meet it on this occasion. Hibs breathed a sigh of relief as they now look to play it up that right-hand side. Only get it as far as halfway before Hibs get the steal. Now Hibs looking to work up that left-hand side through number 7, Young. Blocked for a Robbie Miller to send that ball in. Goes for the short throw in. Engari, te taia ia te hono ki tōna hoa. Inaia nei ko te whaiwhai. St. Peter's I toa. St. Peter's win the race. Number 9, Tāne Wetere. Doing well to get up. Steal that one. Morare he makapai taha ki a Hato Pētara anō. Kei roi te haurua o Hibs. Another throw in for St. Peter's. Deep in the Hibs half. Looks like it will be Cruz Crafts, the number 2, to get up and take it. Can he get this ball into the middle? Does he have a long throw in on him? He does. Good heave. Finds his mate. Can't quite get his cross off as now he looks to work up. That sideline can't get away. That was Theo Anthony. Lovely bit of footwork. Just to put it over that sideline for Himaka Paitaha no, but another throw in. Inaia Hato Pētara. Rapu ana I te ara. Te neke taua pōro ki te pauaka. Looking for a way to get that ball into the box. Can't quite do so. It goes out behind. Whanatapawha anō kia Hibs. Another goal kick for Hutt International Boys School. Inaia nei Hibs. Kōkiri ana ki Wainganui. Driving up the middle, doing a good job. Solid tackle there from the St. Peter's defender. Looked to be a really dangerous attack starting to develop. Ngari tētai te whai, I tana whana hōkai. Raymond not quite allowed to find his cross. Engari he whana kōko tonu ki a Hibs. Ka pēhea rātau e whakamahi I tēnei āheinga. Corner to Hibs. How are they going to make use of this opportunity? The ball comes in towards that near post. Raymond I mui te tapawha. Tino tata, tino morerea tera mā hato petara. Dangerous times there for St. Peter's. The ball fell down just in front of that near post. Good work from the goalie there to keep that one out. So we have I makapaitaha no ki a Hibs. Mō reira, kaore anō a hato petara ki a pute te ngāhere. St. Peter's not out of the woods yet. As Hibs take it quickly. Good contest there between number 4 Sybin and number 12 Dawson. Engari tēnei wā I toa a Dawson I te whanawhiwhi mā tōna tima nō reira ka pēhea a Hibs. Yeah. Whakamahi I tēnei āheinga. How are Hibs going to use this opportunity? Going to drive it into the box. Can't quite find this man. Kua ki te tātau I etahi tima. Tino hīkaka ana ki te kuru mai tā wāhi. We've seen some teams real keen to shoot from distance. Putting some balls up from serious range. Both of these teams seeming a little bit more keen to get that ball in closer to the goal. Haven't seen either of them go from distance yet, barring that one absolute bomb in the first half from St. Peter's. Annihilate. I makapaitaha ki a Hibs. I makapaitaha no ki a Hibs anō. Hibs with a lovely little territory gainer there. Another throw in. See if they can work this one up into the middle, and they can. Engari I reira hoki ngā kai ārai o hato petara. Lovely work from the defenders of St. Peter's to cut that one out. Hibs doing everything they can to keep that ball in the St. Peter's half. St. Peter's now. Te makapaitaha with the throw-in. Can go a little bit longer. Can't find his man. Hibs te whanaroa ki runga. E rapu ana I tōna kaikuru engari I reira. Te kai katiuhanga o hato petara. Kia tūtaki ai I taua wero. Put that long ball over the top looking for his striker. Lovely work from the St. Peter's goalkeeper to go out and meet that challenge. Koira tētai a kua kaha kitea e tātou I enei rā kua hipa. Ko ngā kai katiuhanga katoa. Kaore rātau I te paku mataku ki te puta I o rātau raina. None of them afraid to get out off their line. Coming up, rushing these offences, taking it head on. I āhuatanga rangatahi tērā, te kore mataku. That youthful fearlessness on full display. As we see Hibs now looking to drive it again up the centre. Okay, Raymond, nānei te whanakōkiri ki tōna hoa, te kuru. Tino tata ki taua pau tā wāhi, au we, te whanakōkiri, he rapu, I ta harirau matau ko te āhua nei. Te whanakuru e whakawhiti ana I te mata o te tapa whā. Lovely through ball there from Raymond, finding his right winger. And the driving shot just flashes across the face of the goal. Good signs here for Hibs. Starting to put some real pressure on St. Peter's here. St. Peter's now. Terapia ka titiro ki roa aira. Look to go long pressure away, but it's straight back with Hibs. I 9-8. Kia hato Petera. Te tuku ki te taha maui. Lovely ball out to the left hand side. Engari te kuru kaha. Nā taua kai ārai. A good strong tackle there. Getting across that out before it had any time to develop. Looks like that was number 16, Miller. Good strong challenge. Tērā whanahoka e rewa ana ki muri te tapawha. That cross just drifting behind goal. And now St. Peter's with yet Tapuaroha Hibs with yet another goal kick. 9-8. Hibs āta titirawana, āta whakawā nā i o rātou ko whiringa. Just taking their time, carefully judging their options. Now they look to inject a bit of pace, look to drive up that left-hand side. Te makapaitaha. Miller puts it back to his captain, number 17. Arkansas, engari, kei hato Petera no, te rapea te āhinga ki te kuru. Engari I reira. Ki tino rite, te kai katiuhanga. Lovely awareness there from the goalkeeper to get out, cut that ball off before St. Peter's could get a shot away. More strong contact in the midfield. Looked like it was West there. Went into a very strong contest, and now Hibs looking to come back on the counter-attack. Driving up the middle. Number 7, Young, finds his winger out wide. That is West, who looks like he's come onto the field as a whakawhiti I te haurua, I te weheruatanga. Looks like he's come on as a substitute over the half-time break. E 9-8 e tai whakawhiti anō. E uru ana ki tēnei kēmu. Looks like we've got some more subs entering this game on the Hibs side. Te kai whakahaere. E ngana ana ki te āpiti I ētahi heikaka I ētahi ngāwa nō ki te hona tima. E ngana ana ki te whakamahi I ētahi waiwai hau. Hei whai te rereketanga, hei whai te whakautu ki tēnei wero o hato Petera. Looks like we have the manager of Hibs looking to bring some fresh legs on, looking to inject some energy into this game. Trying to find the difference, find the response to this St. Peter's team as they remain in the lead by 1-0. Hibs now immediately driving into the box. Whakawhiti ana ki taua taha matau. Switching it across over to that right hand side. Now Raymond again with the ball. Me te whana kōkiri. E rapu ana I tōna kaikuru I tētai ia te hono. Through ball looking for a striker, can't quite find him. I 9-8, he whana tapawha, kia hato Petera.
Make your boys. And,
Nāne hato Petera, ki te whanaroa ki runga. Hibs. E ngana ana ki te whakatau I tēnei mahi, looking to settle this play down. As the goalie tells his lads, get upfield and sends the bomb deep into the St. Peter's half. Great header there from number 4, Julian Seiban. Ai, ki te kaiwa wau, e hara tērā I te pārenga no reira katākro tonu. Referee says that's not a handball, so we keep going. Ai nei he makapaitaha ki Hato Petera. Timata tere, e ngana ana ki te whakaohorere. Inga kai ārai o Hibs, taking it quickly, looking to surprise that Hibs defence. Shot away from Caleb Woodfield. In the end, a pretty simple save for Jeffries in the Hibs goal. As he now bangs it back upfield. As we get into a bit of a game of force back, that ball flying all over the place, box to box. These boys having to do a lot of running to stay in position. St. Peter's get across. Kia kau paretia ai, taua whanahokai to obstruct that cross. And now it's back with the St. Peter's goalkeeper, Ryan Cole. As he now looks to put the bomb, sends it up in the clouds. Te ahua nei hoki mai taua pōro ki te hukarere. Looks like that ball came down with snow on it. Both teams showing an eagerness to just get that territory. Belting it side to side as now we see number 16, Aidan Ashworth, down that right-hand side. He's been injected into this game for St. Peter's, working around the top of the box. Ia ki te kaiwa wau. I ahua kaha taua rutu nō reira. He whana whiwhi. Mā hato Petra I tētahi wahi tino mō rea rea mā Hibs. Free kick to St. Peter's in what could be a really dangerous position for this Hibs team. We've seen Woodfield showing impressive repertoire of shots so far in the game. You have to feel from this distance he might just back himself to have a go. As we see Caleb Lee, the number 6, come in. Looks like they might run a dummy here. Ia te pātū, I hanga ana as we see that wall form. Toru noa, ngā kaiarai, just 3 defenders in the wall. Clearly the goalie confident that he can get across to cover this one. The shot goes up. Looks to go underneath the wall. Can't quite do so. And Hibs once more escape from danger. Inai nei Hibs. Ngana ana ki te whakahoki atu. Hibs trying to return on the counter-attack. They settle down. They look to play out from the back. Kotahi atu ki taua parirama wi. Kōkiri tonu ana ki taua taha. Straight out to the left wing. Now looking to drive up that left wing side, but the ball does go out for a throw-in. Inai nei Hibs. E ngana ana ki te whakatau I te mahi nei, engari ko tāhaitia e hato Petra inai nei e whakahoki ana ki taua taha maui. Ka taia te whai tana whanahōkai. Coming up that left-hand side, tries to get his cross away, does so. Well blocked by the Hibs defence, but it's still with St. Peter's. Working around on the top of the box, so they go back out to that left-hand side. Can they get a shot off? Tino mō rea rea tērā, he te pauaka, engari I ai ki te kaiwa wao pai tonu. Looked like a risky tackle there in the box. The referee says play on, and it will be a throw-in to St. Peter's, so the pressure's still on Hibs here. St. Peter's looking to build a little bit of momentum. Trying to find a way, ki te whakanuita wa aputa, extend that lead. I tino hea hau e te iwi, whakaroa hau. Ia tēnei kēmu e haere tonu ana, tērā pēr ka pōturi haere, engari kua tere ake. I was very wrong at the iwi. Saying beforehand, I thought we might start to see the game slow a bit down as we progressed in the second half, but it seems to be only speeding up. Both teams eager to find that goal as we approach the final 15 minutes of this fixture. E whanawhiwhi kia Hibs. Hoki ana ki muri, pass it back, working it around. Lovely little tohi patera, lovely dummy. Tuku I tōna hoa ki ngā toa, sending his man to the shops. We have an advantage here for Hibs as they look to drive it into the box. Nicely cut out by St. Peter's. He rutu kaha tērā, hai ki te kai āwhina he whanawhiwhi. Mō reira, anei tētahi āheinga mā Hibs. Ki te tuku I taua pōro, kei rō, I te pauaka. Here's an opportunity for Hibs to get that ball into the box. From a handy position out on this right-hand side. Can they get someone up? Can they find the Tuki a Mahunga? Get a header on it. Cambridge put a couple men in the wall. Ai ki te kaiwa wau. Āhua tataraua. showing them where they actually need to stand. Ahua whakatau tērā nā ngā kaiarai. A little bit cheeky there from the defenders, getting up right in the face of the free kick taker. The referee laying down the law, telling them where they need to be. As we see the free kick, perhaps going to target that far post as he sends it in, and he does, drifting over. Te whana Hawkeye, can they get a shot off? Te taia. Engari, he maka pai taha anō ki a Hibs. Couldn't quite get the shot off there, but they do win the throw-in. Dangerous signs for St. Peter's. That ball bouncing around ominously in front of goal. Nainei Hibs, te whakawhiti ki te pou tā wāhi anō. Switching it to that far post, engari I reira. Te kaikatiuhanga, ko te ahua nei tuki ia ki tōna ake koa. Looks like he had a little collision with his own teammate. Drop ball, nā te kai wawao. And the keeper picks it straight back up and bombs it away. That thing's gone almost the full length of the field, and it's found his player. Can he get a shot off? You don't see many goalkeepers with assists on the score sheet, but we're seeing here, with the strength of that boot, wouldn't be surprised if Cole does manage to pick one up before the end of this game. Strong tackle there. No issues, says the Kaiwa Wild. Engari he whana koko anō kia Hibs. Mai te taha matau anō. Kua tino mō rea rātau I ēnei tūranga. They've been really dangerous from these kinds of positions so far in the second half. Can they find that link? Can they get it in the back of the net as it comes over? Drifting towards the far post once more. Ngari I reira te kaiarai. Te tuki a mahunga I taua poro ki muri. Sending that ball out behind. Or perhaps not. It looks like it's play on. Everyone thought it was a corner. And now there's space there to drive into the box. I think it had everyone fooled there. All the kaiarai, ngā kaiwhakeka hoki, kua hau hoki, whakaro tātou katoa. He whana koko tērā engari. Tino koi tērā nā ngā kaiwhakeke ki te tākaro tonu. We all thought that was a corner there, but lovely awareness from the attackers of Hibs to keep that ball playing. And now it is a corner from the left-hand side. Huts favouring the far post so far from their set pieces, and they do so again. Te kuru, engari, kua kauparetia no e hato petara. Tēnei ngaru, te whakaeke o Huts. He tino taumaha ana I ēnei kaiarai. This wave of pressure from the Hut International offence really starting to put some strain on the St. Peter's defence. Now they headed away, but once again Hut retained possession. St. Peter's quick to rush up on them, and I love it from the number 2 as St. Peter's looks to belt it away, but he can only belt it as far as his poor mate who takes that one on. Kaiwa looks like there was a bit of a shove in that challenge. So Hut with yet another set piece in St. Peter's Cambridge territory. Really starting to stack up these penalties. Once again, St. Peter's look to form a wall. Have they learnt their lesson? Will they move back a little bit? No. The Kaiwa Wild once again showing them where to be. Kari e toru ngā tangata I te pātu I tēnei wā, no reira ko te whakaro nei tērā pēr. Te whakaaro ana te kaikatiuhanga, he kuru kei te haere. 3-man walls. But might be here. Will be number 7, Young. Oh, play to the left of the wall. Well covered by the St. Peter's defence. Now, Grant got a job to win the corner. Hut with relentless pressure here. 3 or 4 corners, 2 free kicks, and now 1 more. I'm far from a Matthews at the iwi, but that is a lot of set pieces. Now drifting into that far corner, far post, sorry. Can't quite do it. I reira te kaikatiuhanga o Hato Petra. Kia whakatau I taua mahi. Finally settles it down and uses that long boot to get St. Peter's some well-needed relief after what was a pretty intense passage of play. They escape unscathed, and now they look to come back on the counter-attack. Just a little bit of tute there. We see number 16 using the well-renowned Mamiya hand signals to express his distaste with that challenge. Lovely to see these boys having a little bit of a laugh despite the intensity of this game. I 9-8 Hibs, ki te makapaitaha. Just when St. Peter's thought they were out of the woods, Hibs come straight back down with yet another throw-in deep in their territory. That was number 16 Ashworth with Italian job. Not too sure where he learned that one. And now Hibs. Strong tackle in the box. Kai Wawao says, Kei te pai tera mahi tonu e hoa mā. That one's all good. Let's keep playing, boys. E whanakopua Nokia Hibs. St. Peter's really having to step up here. You feel every single play. But Hibs yet to find the back of the net. Te whana Hawkeye puts it up. No one there on the rebound. There's the volley. Te kuru mai tai wahi. Kari tuku tērā e ia ki ngā rangi. The volley from a long way out, but he's sent that one up into the heavens. Flies over the top. You would say St. Peter's have escaped there, but with how quickly Hibs were able to turn it straight back on them before, you just feel the momentum in this game is firmly with the side from the hut. Or as I like to call it, the better half of Wellington. I 9-8 Hibs. Ia hei ngā no, te makapaitaha. Kōkiri ana ki taua parirau matau. Kōkiri ana ki taua kokuna, driving down that right wing, driving towards the corner. He makapaitaha no. Yet another throw-in. Kaore o te mōhio kua pēhea, te roa, te wā. Mai I tērā wā. I mau te pōro. I mauria te pōro e hato petara kei rō I te haurua o Hibs. Don't even know how long it's been since St. Peter's had some possession in the Hibs half. As we near meneti whakamutunga o tēnei kemu into the final minutes of this fixture. Hibs driving up the middle. Can't quite link up. Now turning back on the inside. Nothing doing there. St. Peter's once more withstand yet another wave of attack. Ai ki te kai wawao. Ahua kaha taua wero. Challenge was a bit strong. So Hibs right back down into St. Peter's territory. E aroha ana ki ēnei kai ārai e ngenge haere ana hau nā te mātakitaki. Bit of love to these St. Peter's defenders. I'm getting tired just watching this. Good tackle there. Looking to clear it away. Can only get as far as halfway before it gets put straight back down into their half. Nine eight. Ahua nei he whara. Nā tētai hunga kai tākoro. Looks like there's been a bit of an injury here, as we'll just take a break to let them sort that out. Engari me mehia nō ki ngā kaitau toko katoa tēnei kaupapa. Kia NZ Carbon Farming, Apollo Projects, Bailey's for Kata Māori, Caltex. Te rā ki te wharewananga o Massey hoki. Mei kore ake rātau, e kore tēnei kaupapa e tū, mei kore ake rātau. He tai e mātou te rikota I tēnei kemu. If it was not for all their support, we would not be able to hold this tournament. We would also not be able to bring you this live stream here today, providing what is a unique opportunity for these boys to play live at such a high level. Really is fantastic to see the amount of support given to the next generation of young footballers in this country. And so we thank all of them for their endless support and encouragement of our rangatahi me o rātou hākina kina. Ia te taima, ia te whakapau ana. Ko te āhua nei tōna I rima ngā miniti a toi ana. Clock winds down. Looks like there's about 5 minutes left with that injury break. Still just 1-0 as we see Hibs now trying to drive forward, looking for the whanakokiri. He can't find his man. Sends it out wide. Can he get whanahokai away, across the way? Lovely tackle there from the Kaiarai. Engari straight back at it. Hibs working it around in that corner. Can he get away? Gets the cross off. And now St. Peter's with the chance to counter-attack. Immediately chased down, but he maintains possession. And here they come. We saw them score the only goal of this fixture in a similar way in the first half. Blistering counter-attack off the back of some Hibs pressure. Hibs need to stay aware on defence here. Ai ko te mea nui kia whai rātou I taua whakautu. Engari tētai e rātou. Whiwhi tētai ua no. Main thing for them is to find that response, but they can't afford to concede again. As St. Peter's right back on the attack with the numbers advantage. The shot coming across. Finds his man. He Kau he tū hapa. He Wā tino mō rea tērā mā Hibs. A really dangerous moment there for Hibs. St. Peter's managed to get away. Just found offside though. So can't convert it into a goal. As this clock continues to wind down here in Te Papaioia, Palmerston North. We have seen a seriously exciting game of footy. Quite surprising, there's only been one goal in it so far. The way it's been played, ko te ahua o tēnei kēmu. Ka whakaroa hau tērā pēr ka maha ake ngā u. The aspect of how this fixture has played out, I would have definitely expected to see a few more goals than we have. Still a couple minutes to go though, plenty of time for Hibs to find their way back into this fixture. And then for it could be a really exciting finish as we see a few subs for both teams. Looking to finish this second half strong. As we see te makapai taha. E utonu ana ki taua taha maui, still sticking to that left hand side. Now Hibs looking to drive, putting the ball out to the right. Lovely little 1-2 play there me te whanakokiri engari. Pānui tia pai. E taua Kaiarai, well read by that defender to get cross cut. But Hibs once again back into the St. Peter's half with a lovely tackle. Not enough to retain possession. I would love to see the heat map for this second half at the iwi. Sheer amount of time that Hibs have been camped in St. Peter's territory. Really fantastic work from the boys from Cambridge to not allow Hibs back into this game despite how many chances they've had. Te ahua nei, he puka kōwhai tērā aira. He puka kōwhai mā te nama te kaumā ono. There's a yellow card for number 16. This might be one of the last chances for Hibs to find that goal. The referee says let's play, drifts it again towards that far post. Not quite far enough. St. Peter's get up to challenge. And now here they come on the counter-attack. That oh so dangerous counter-attack, ball out to that left-hand side. Well read by the goalkeeper. He gets up and belts it straight back again. Hibs now with possession. Just inside the St. Peter's half, driving on a kōkiri ana ki te pauaka. Finds his man. Can he get a shot away? He can. Engari te karo. Nā te kai katsi uhanga o Hato Petara. Got his shot away and a crucial save from Ryan Cole. Look funny like Hibs had their equaliser there, but the goalkeeper stands up at the right moment and keeps his team in the lead. Take a bow, young man. And now it's a whanatapawha as that clock winds down. Is that the moment that St. Peter's take a hold of this W? Could this be te mai whakamutunga o te kēmu nei? Oh, hai ki te kaiwa wao ka tākaro tonu. St. Peter's putting it down to the Hibs half. Hibs coming straight back, looking to find that spark. Could this be their last chance to get that goal away? Engari, he pārenga pērā. Here's the handball, he whanawhiwhiki a St. Peter's. Ngā kaiara e tohu ana ki tā rātou pirangi. They're letting them know what they want. They want that ball cleared away. Still happy to play on, says the Kaiwa Wau.
Are you off now?
Not done yet, e te iwi. So we're going to go back, take that kick again. The long ball, ki te kokona, driving it down into the corner. Strong tackle, St. Peter's winning the challenge. Te ahua nei he makapaitaha, kia hato Petera. Looks like it's a throw in to St. Peter's, deep inside Hibs territory. I 9-8. Hato Petera, e mau wāna ki taua kokona, just wasting time in that corner, doing a great job of it too. Some lovely skills on display, passing it around. Engari, koera te whakamutu no te kēmu nei e te iwi ai ki te kaiwa wau, koe na whetera. St. Peter's mā te tahi e toa ana kia Hibs. Lovely performance from St. Peter's to get up on Hibs there by 1-0. Engari, e mihi ana ki ngā tima e rua. Kua ki te tātou I tētahi kēmu, tino tata, tino hi kakahoki. Credit to both teams. We have witnessed a really exciting game here. St. Peter's doing just enough in the end to take the win away from the boys from the better half of Wellington. Engari, koe e tā wāhi e te iwi. Hei ākua nei, ka tima tata kēmu tuarua. Don't go far. E te iwi, we'll be back soon with the second fixture here from Palmerston North.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit.
Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this.
Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit.
Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this.
Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
Nau mai hoki mai anō e te whānau ki te papaioia ki tēnei te kēmutuarua o te rā nei. Welcome back everyone to beautiful sunny Palmerston North to this, the second fixture of the day. We have Nelson College, he tākaroana I o rātou kākahu, kahurangi mai te taha matau ki te taha maui, rāua rātou ko te kura o ngā tamatoa o Kirikiriroa Hamilton Boys High School e tākaroana mai I te taha maui ki te taha matau. What promises to be an extremely exciting fixture, 2 really strong teams, both putting up strong performances thus far in the competition. We've got Hamilton playing in pink. He pono te koro, he rata pai ana hau ki era kākahu. Love the look of this kit. Engari, te mea nui ko te whana poikiri. This is not a fashion show e te iwi. The biggest thing here is the football. It'll be interesting to see how both of these teams come out. Karea noa Ho, kia kite, kia mātakitaki I nei tīma e rua. I myself am yet to see either of those teams play, so I'm not too sure what kind of style of football they're going to bring out. Engari, te kura no whakatū with Nelson College, the school from Whakatū. They bring a real lineup with Rasapa in goal, ko ngā kaiārai, the defenders Sim, Kuani, Karabali and Ray, ko ngā kaunuku, Kay Ray, Play Ray, and Fletcher King, ko ngā kai whakaeke up front in attack, Jay Anderson, Samuel, Ruel Hing, and Freddie Thompson. Ta titiro ana mā era, Rays e toru. Look out for the three Ray brothers. Some lethal combinations for the side from Nelson. Engari, kei te taha matau, te tima mai kiriroa on the Hamilton boys side. We have Kobe Taylor, e tūwana, hei Kaikata Uhanga in goal. Ko ngā kaiārai, Porter, Manny, Wecht and Leyland, West, Takwaroha and Leyland. Ko ngā kaunuku in the midfield, Smith, Hill, Barrymore, Uden. Ko ngā kai whakaeke up front, Clark, Mitchell and Noah Harrison Old. Kaore he kore, he kemu, he kaka kei te haere, I tātou e tīmata ana. Hamilton, e tīmata ana ki te whakaeke, Hamilton coming out on attack to begin the half. As I said before, two schools renowned for their football programs, two historically very strong sides. Not be surprised if we see some real quality football on display. Hakoa, he rangata I tonu e nei kai tākaro. Koi nei te reanga o ngā whetū o a pōpō. Although these lads are still young, these are the stars of tomorrow. O reira no mātou, te whiwhi no mātou te maranganui. Ia mātakitaki ai a rātou, I o tātou mata. We are so lucky to see them play on our screens. As we see Nelson. Te tupai tera, nā te tuara matau. Kirikiro, a lovely tackle from the right back. Hamilton boys out on the wing. He makapaitaha ki a rātou anō, so they will win the throw-in. Both schools renowned for their sporting prowess across the board. Two real sporting institutions in this country, both having produced all whites through their history. Reira, he rā pēr, ki te tātou I etahi rautaki, ki etahi whakaro pakake mai I nei rātaki. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some much more advanced, more complex, potentially some more wise and mature strategy from both of these sides to really well developed programs. No doubt their coaches will come out with some serious tactical initiative. Nai nei whakatū e makapaitaha tata ki te pai wehe. Throw in for Nelson close to that halfway line. See what they can work from this. Tētahi āhuatanga pai. Tēnei tima mai kirikiriroa. Te teitei o rātou kai whakaeke. One advantage that Hamilton do bring into this game, as you can see, some serious height across the board. O reira te whakaro nei te rapea, ka ngana e rātou, te wero I ngā kaiārai o Whakatū, Mārunga, ngā whangana hōkai me ngā whana koko. You can see some serious height in this Hamilton boys team. Just wonder whether they might look to challenge Nelson aerially, use those crosses, use those corners to get headers in. As we see them, Okina ki taua taha maui, driving up the left-hand side. Can he find his cross? Gets it off. I reira, kai kati uhanga. E kaupare I taua whana hōkai. Lovely work from the goalkeeper, Rasapa, to cut out that cross. But a lovely drive down the left there from number 9, Harley Hill. Hamilton boys showing some pace and some serious skill. As we now see ball just dribbling back into the hands of Taylor. Looking to set his team. Te Kemui Mui tēnei tino tere ngā tima e rua. Puta mai te keti me te hikaka, te tino hikaka. We saw an incredibly fast-paced game before this. Both teams coming out of the gate with so much energy. You can definitely expect more of the same from both of these sides as we see te whakawhiti Ki taua taha matau. Switch over to that right-hand side. Looking for right midfielder. A little bit long as it drifts into touch. Engari. Ai ki te kaiwa wao. E makapai taha kia kirikiri roa anō. Kua ki te tātou i etahi o ngā tima e whakamahi ana i ngā makapai taha roa. Hei momo hokai. Engari. Kario te tino mohi o me he mea ka pēra anō e nei tima e roa. We've seen a lot of sides throughout the tournament looking to use long throw-ins to cross that ball in towards the box. Not too sure if we'll see that from these sides. Engari ai ki te kaiwa wao i ahua tōmuri taua rutu no reira he whanawhiwhi kia kirikiri roa tata ki te pauaka. Referee says that tackle was a little bit late, so we see a early free kick for Hamilton right on that left-hand edge of the box. Looks like it will be number 10, Joshua Barrymore Uden, to take it. He's got his mate West standing out to the right. Might see a dummy play here. Engari kua hanga Nelson i tētahi pātū. Nelson got the wall up, so they might be expecting him to just try and go at the near post here. There's the dummy. As he does, Joe, go and try and curl it into that bottom left-hand corner. Engari i taua wā. I rere taua pōro ki te taha maui. That time just flies out to the left-hand side. Nō reira, e whanata hapawhākia whakatū. Engari, tohu pai tērā. Mākirikiri roa, tō mua tonu ana i tēnei haurua tuatahi. Good signs there for Hamilton this half, finding ways to attack up that left-hand side. Good drive up the wing and then the free kick. Really showing just how much attacking prowess they bring to this fixture. Lovely little tohipa, lovely little skills there from the defender for Nelson. Tukuanga i tōna hoa ki ngā toa. Sending his man to the shops was number 8, Alejandro Carabali. Nā te mea kei te papaioia tātou kario te tino mōhio ka pēhea nā toa. Engari i haere ki reira. We are in Palmerston North, so I'm not quite sure what kind of shops he was sent to, but he was definitely on his way. Nāianei. Kiri roa. Ko kiri ana ki taua pariro matau. Engari i reira a Karabali. Karabali getting across to cover off that drive up the right-hand side. Hamilton. Pai ana ki te hoki ki muri. Paia e ngā kaiara i te neki i taua pōro. All good to move that ball back. Let their defenders work it around as they work through that left-hand side to West. Gives it back to Leyland and then in turn switches it across to that right-hand side. Nāianei te whanaroa ki te pauaka, finds his man. E taia e ia te whakatau i te pōro i taua wā. Couldn't quite get it under control that time. A lovely driving ball into Boera taka whakaro tērā pēr. E tohu tērā o te rautaki kia whakamahi i o rātou teitei. Hei, wero i ngā kaiarai, just as I thought. Looking to use those high balls, looking to use their height to challenge that Nelson defence. We see Karabali not afraid to use his skills, dribbling out. Te whanaroa engari. E rutu pai tērā, a lovely little meg, but he loses the ball. And now Hamilton responding with some skills of their own. Both teams bringing a little bit of pizzazz, a little bit of flair to this fixture. As we now see him makapai taha. Kia whakatū. Up that left-hand side. Nelson. Whanaroa. Looking for his man, can't quite find him. Shifts it back into the middle. You now see trying to work it from the right-hand side back into the centre with number 14, Play Ray. Looking to find his man in the middle, can't quite do so. Waroha mehemea ka he. Taku whakahua o ngā ingoa. Apologies if I do incorrectly pronounce any of these names. As we see Hamilton ngana ana ki te hono i taua Parirau Maui, looking to link up down that left-hand side, can't quite do so. So it will be a makapai taha kia Nelson. Kōhonu tonu i tō rātou ake haurua, still deep in their half. Shifted across to that right-hand side. So we now see Hamilton looking to attack. Lovely tackle there by number 2, Oran Sim. Engari, nā te kaikatuhanga tērā I kaupare. Nicely cut out by Rasapa. Just setting things down again. E mau wana I tōna pōtai. Tētahi kaikatuhanga tino rongonui. I mau I te pōtai. Tāna oranga katoa ko Lev Yashin. Te tūmanako nei ka whakaatata a Rasapa I ētahi o ona pūkinga. Rasapa with his hat on, imitating, perhaps intentionally, the late great Lev Yashin, the famous Russian goalie, Takuaruha, often regarded as the greatest of all time. It'd be lovely to see if he can channel some of those skills through his headwear. As now Hamilton, not rushing, just working it around the back. Maui driving up that left. Can't quite link up on this occasion. As the ball drifts over the top, back into the path of Taylor. Puts it up to Money. Now assesses his options. Looks to switch. Already seeing number 10, Barrymore Uden for Hamilton, playing as somewhat of a pote. He's a bit of a pillar. Kind of a central midfield role for his team. Waroha, Ko, Noah Harrison, Old Tera in the middle, in the 18 jersey. Really working as a bit of a distributor for his attack, not afraid to get back, help it on defense, and then also drive his team forwards. As we see that ball roll behind harmlessly for a goal kick. Lovely work again from Karabali. He's been patrolling that left side strongly in these first 10 minutes, not allowing much past them. Interesting to see if Nelson can get a bit of attack together. Te nuinga o ngā heinga kei a kirikiri roa I ēnei miniti timatanga. Majority of the chances have been with Hamilton. A strong challenge there from K-Ray as he came flying in on number 7 Leyland. Koira tētahi āhuatanga o ēnei rangatahi, kaore rātou I te mataku ki te whakamahi o rātou tinana. Aspect of these young men is they're not afraid to use their bodies, play a good physical style of footy. We've seen te kaiwawao, ngā kaiwawao, the referees, happy to let those contests go. If these boys play the style of footy that way they want to, as we see a second ball just rolling onto the field from the Netherlands behind our camera. As we now see Nelson hit that one clear. Don't quite get it all the way out though as the cross comes into the box. Hamilton looking to get the shot off. Hata ki tera pau maui. Kare kore ka ki. A Rasapa ki ona hoa. Ngāore noa e hoa. Kia hau tera. Close to that left hand side, no doubt. Rasapa will be telling his teammates he had that one covered, as goalies often do. But another good chance for Kiri Roa, coming out strong on offense. Showing a real propensity to get some shots off, work it into the box. So far some lovely work from the Nelson defense to keep them out. Just wonder whether Nelson will look to try and wrestle that momentum back sooner rather than later. With the amount of chances that they are allowing Hamilton, you just feel that there might be one that slips in eventually. Good intercept there from Freddie Thompson. Works it up that left-hand side. Finds his teammate in number 11, Jay Anderson. Does well to keep possession there despite the challenge from multiple defenders. And he wins the foul for referee work. Ahua kumeana te kaiara I taiwa wero. A little bit of pulling there from the defender in that challenge. And now Nelson with their first whanawhiwhi, their first free kick of the game. In a pretty handy position. Ko ki te tātou I ētahi tima. Tino rata pai ana ki ngā kuru mai I uta wāhi. We've seen some teams happy to shoot from distance. Hamilton constructing a wall in accordance with that aspect. Will he go for it? Will he send it into the box? Feeling like he's lining up a shot. The referee says we're good to go. And he does. Drills it into the wall. That one's gonna stick. Poor boy who had to take that one on his back. But now, Hamilton. Engana ana ki te whakahoki. Engari I reira anō. Karabali. Karabali once more getting up to cut that one out. Playing some fantastic footy. On that left-hand side for Nelson. Nelson once more happy to work it around the back. Getting it across to their number 5. West, who works out to the left-hand side. To Barrymore Uden. Works it back into the middle. Once again to number 18, Harrison Old, working as that central pillar. And now out to that right-hand side. What can they create? Can they get a shot off? Good defense from Nelson as now they look to drive up that left-hand side, trying to get round him with a bit of pace. Can't quite do so. Comes back again to the Hamilton defense. Tino tau tā rātou āhuatanga. Kaore rātou I te horo. Ngāwari noa, not rushing, taking their time. Close there. Nice and calm from Rasapa, who gets up to cut that one out before the shot could get off. That was a lovely long ball from Money for Hamilton, picking out a striker from Koera tētai āhuatanga o te kemu o tēnei rā. Konga kai ārai. Kaha ki te ārai ai, engari he kaha tonu a rātou pūkenga. That is an aspect we've seen a lot in our modern game. Defenders who are not only strong and physical on defense, but also contain plenty of skills when it comes to turning defense into attack. Far detached from the more old style of football, with what I would call the Brexit means Brexit mentality. Hoof it away, get the ball out. These days, teams much more happy to use their defenders as distributors when it comes to trying to switch onto offense. As that cross just drifts in behind the box. Inai Nelson. Ngana ana ki te timata I tētahi whakaekenga mai tau o Tahamaui. Looking to spark an attack up the left side. Can't do so. Hamilton starting to park up deep into Nelson territory. Nelson have to wonder if they feel the pressure a little bit as Hamilton continue to relentlessly attack. Hamilton having previously beaten my old school, Te Kura o ngā Tamatoa o Tāmaki, the mighty Auckland Grammar, in a close fought encounter. I'll try my best not to hold it against them. But he te iwi, you can take the man out of grammar, but you can never take the grammar out of the man. As we now see, e makapai taha, kia whakatū. Nelson with the throw-in. What can they work from this position? It goes out, he makapai taha no. Finally starting to drive down into Hamilton territory. They've had their fair share of defending in this first 15 minutes. They will not be sad to see the ball up at the other end. Konga kai ārai. Kaore kore. Pirangi ana rātau I ētai whakapā, especially for the defenders. No doubt they'll be wanting a bit of a break from how intense that was, as now Nelson look to drive into that right-hand corner. Working it nicely down towards the corner flag. Can't quite get the cross off. Ngari he makapai taha no. Lovely work there from the number 9, Freddie Thompson, just working it around. As we see, Samuel Heng gives the ball off to K. Ray to get that throw-in in. Strong challenge in that corner. As we see two of the Rays, K and Boo, linking up, can't quite make it work. And there's the third one play coming in. It's a Ray extravaganza for Nelson. No doubt Mrs. Ray will be very proud. All three of her boys on at the same time. As we see that one just getting away from Nelson. Good tackle there on the far left-hand side as they now look to drive. Contest not quite over there as Hamilton now get the whanaroa. Driving down to that right-hand corner again. Nelson. Whakamahi ana ki muri. Trying to work around the back. Can't quite do so. Now it's been stolen. Hamilton, e kōkiri ana ki te pauaka, drive into the box. Āhua ngoi kore te kuru I tau o wā, engari. Mō rea rea tonu, mā te tima mai I whakatū. A little bit of a weak shot on that occasion, but still dangerous for these boys from Nelson. Tērā pia. E moki ana rātou. A oto rātou kāinga. Perhaps missing the warmth that Nelson brings. That being said, whiti mai ana te rā. E tino ai o te hau. Te rangi mokopuna tēnei. The sun is shining. The wind is calm. It is a beautiful day here in Palmerston North. Really been putting on the best for us over these past. Kaori au te tino rata ki toko maha o ngā mea o tēnei taone. Engari mehe mea ka pēnei tonu te huarere tērā pia. Ka panoni tērā. So we see the kuru coming in. Te whana rere. Mai kirikiri roa. The shot coming in. The volley from Hamilton out on that right-hand side just flashes across the front of goal. Nelson doing well to withstand this pressure. Kua noho a kirikiri roa kei roa I tō rātou haurua mo te nuingo e nei miniti rua te kau. Engari kaore anō rātou kia whai tētai u. Hamilton have parked up in the Nelson half for the majority of this first 20 minutes. Yet to find a goal, and that is credit to how strong this Nelson defence has remained despite the pressure. Inaia nei, he makapaitaha kia whakatua no. Kei te nama iwa. Throw-in goes up to number 9, Freddie Thompson. Can't get away from his man on that occasion. As crosses the line for yet another throw-in. Kirikiri roa. Happy to go back. Ki te whakatau I te āhuatanga o tēnei mahi. Neke ana I ngā kaiwhakaeke o Nelson. Waihanga ana I ngā aputa kei Wainganui I te ārai. Happy to go back, work it around the defence, shift those Nelson attackers around and try and form those gaps in this Nelson wall of defence. Ki te tātou I tētai tauri te tanga pai. Nā enei tangata. Mai, I te taone o ngā taone. We've seen good balance from the boys from Hamilton, from the centre of the universe. Good balance between composed resets. We see another one there, working it around the back, and some good aggression, getting that ball in the box. There's a perfect example. Well reset back to Money, who drifts it then in, using their height to get their head on it. Can't quite guide it past the goalkeeper I tēnei wā. Nelson. Tauparetia, e rātou, taua whakaekinga, able to cut that attack out. Karapali, kōwhiri ana, kōna whetera e hoa mā, e paku whakataa māku, sends that one into touch, lets his lads know. Give me a brief rest, guys. I've been having to put in some serious minutes in this first 20. I think I'm allowed a break. I would agree. Hamilton clearly don't agree, though, as they come straight back down. This is relentless. Now they drive into the box. Can they get a shot away? Nelson once more able to cut that one out. Lovely little interplay here on that right-hand side. Can't quite get it away. And that through ball read very nicely by Te Putuara, by the centre-back. Yeah, Nelson and ngana ana ki te whakahoki. Ngari kua tāhaitia anō e kirikiri roa. Nelson looking to come back on the counter-attack, but it's stolen once more by the boys from... Hare te mohi o te ingoa. Whāngai, kirikiri roa. Quite sure what the nickname for Hamilton is from the Tron. Here it is, Eti Iwi. The boys from the Tron. Tahuarawatu town, beautiful name. And now we see Karabali looking to attack up that left-hand side. Perhaps some of my Auckland grammar bias starting to creep into my commentary at Stefano. Promise you, no personal issues against Hamilton. I'm just a bit butthurt. Kahataua rutu, kei rō I te pauaka, he whiu. E ai ki te kaiwa wao, koira te whiu tuatahi o te rā nei. Te kai ārai, e kume ana I te tihate o tōna hoariri. Ko te hua nei, he āheinga mā kirikiri roa ki te kimi, ki te rapu I taua, ū tuatahi. Lovely through ball there. Looks like the defender just pulling on the shirt of his attacker, bringing him down in the box, and the referee says that's a penalty, lads. First penalty of the day, and the opportunity for Kirikiri to find that lead. Who will take it? And now Tino Taumaha tēnei, pressured position. Who's going to put their hand up and take this one for Kirikiriroa? They have a little discussion. Not quite sure if it's all of them wanting it or none of them wanting it. Looks like... Who is that coming out of the shadows? Could be number 18. Harrison Old. Who is that? E te iwi kua pakake haere oku karu. Looks like my eyes are starting to age faster than the rest of my body. Ko te nama Iwatira, that is number 9, Harley Hill. Puts his hand up to take the penalty. And he stick it past Rasapa here. Find the lead for his team. He karo pai rawa atu nā Rasapa engari ira. He te kimi, he te u, a lovely save from Rasapa there. But good work on the rebound from Hamilton to grab that first goal. It looked initially like he'd done enough to keep his team even. But great reflexes from, it looked like number 7. Perhaps Sam Leyland to pounce on that rebound. Te kuru. The shot straight in that bottom left-hand corner. And Kirikiriroa grabbed the lead. The lads from the Tron taking the early advantage. Some really fantastic work. You have to feel for the goalie there, making a fantastic save. Couldn't keep that Hamilton wave at bay in the end. Engari, e kau ngā menesi tonu e toi ana I tēnei haurua tuatahi. Wā, pai tērā, kōna whe tērā, mā Nelson ki te whai tētai whakautu. Ki tēnei wero, mai I Kirikiriroa. Still 10 minutes to go in this first half. You feel like that should be enough time. That is plenty of time for the boys from Nelson to find a response to this challenge from the Hamilton team. And once again, they reset to money. Not afraid to work it around the back. Still assessing their options, especially now that they've got that 1-goal lead. They know they can afford to take their time. Nelson needing to hang on here. The one thing worse than going into the break 1-0 down is 2. He karo rawe anō ngā Rasapa. Rasapa keeping his team in the game. Te tuki a mahunga. Te ahua nei he u kare e kore ki taua taha maui, taha matau tako aroha. It looked for sure like it was going to be a goal into that right-hand side. Rasapa getting across, making a fantastic save. Boys in Nelson owing plenty of thanks to their goalkeeper standing up for them early on. Hamilton starting to find their flow, starting to pick some gaps in this Nelson defence. Engari kua ki te tātou, te kaha o e nei tangata mai I whakatū ki te whakahoki. O reira, kia tūpato tonu, ngā tangata mai te Tron. We've seen how strong these Nelson boys can be on the counter-attack, so the boys from Hamilton need to remain careful. Sometimes all they need is one possession and suddenly they're right back in this game, as we see them already looking to work their way back up the centre. Lovely work to maintain position there and some lovely skills leaping over his man. It's now with Freeman as he drives straight. Looks like there was a little bit of a push there. Referee agrees. He whana whiwhi kia whakatū. Tētahi wāhi mō rearea mā ngā tangata mai Kirikiriroa. A dangerous place for the boys from Hamilton. This could be a good chance for Nelson to find that equaliser, work their way back into this game before the half. You have to wonder whether they go for the shot from here. We know, kora te āhuatanga o te rangatahi. Tino hikaka ki te kuru I etahi wā. Ka ārahi te ngākau I te roro is often the way of these. Sometimes the heart can lead the head a little bit and they can go for the glory goal. But this does look like an almost achievable distance here for number 11, Jay Anderson. He's got a good shot on him. Opts to drift it in towards that near post. Rawa, Moreira I reira. Taylor, ki te kaupare I taua whakaekinga. A little bit long on that occasion, and Taylor is there to cut that one out. As now he looks to play out from the back. Hamilton, once again, happy to shift it around. That ball just getting away on money. No pressure from the Nelson attack. Engari I reira, ki tāhai. Looked like number 14, Play Ray, had gotten the steal there. Anō mehe mea, kua he taku whakahua o ngā ingoa taku aroha. If I am mispronouncing the names, my apologies to all of the lads. Engari ko te ahua nei, he whana whiwhi anō kia whakatū. Ai, he whana whiwhi. Wa reira he āhenga anō mā whakatū. Ki te whai tētai whakautu ki te wero o Kirikiriroa. Another chance for Nelson to find a response to this Hamilton challenge. Back-to-back free kicks inside Hamilton territory. Drifts it in towards the box. Gets it on his head. Well deflected, but it is back with number 2, Oren Sim. Nelson can't quite keep that one down, and it will be another goal kick for Hamilton. Hamilton look to take it quickly, surprisingly. They're not waiting around. Send it straight out to their right back. It's back with Money. Assesses his options, puts the ball up, looking for number 10. Barrymore Newton now dribbles up that left-hand side. Me ona pukinga whana tino koi. Asapa once more does very well to keep that one out. Te 2-1 mehe pātū I tau o tapawha, standing like a wall in that goal. Nelson. Ana timata I tētai whakaekinga. Mā Karabali. Karabali looking to start and attack up that left-hand side. Finds Anderson, who in turn puts the long ball up the left wing, looking for his attack. Just a touch too long that time. Back to Taylor. Tohu wanaki ona hoa. Whakatau. No mātou te mana I tēnei wā. Just signaling to his mates to calm down. He knows they've got the authority over this game in this first period thus far. Tahi noa, he rerekētanga I Wainganui I ēnei time erua. Still just one goal separating these teams. All it takes is one moment of brilliance from this Nelson side and they'll be right back in this game. Done a fantastic job to withstand all of this Hamilton pressure as once again we see number 10, Barrymore Uden, working up that central channel. Nelson carried away only as far as number 7, Leyland. He then looks to return, and now Nelson on the counter-attack. Can they spark something here? Bring it out wide to the wing. Number 10, Burrell Heng. Can't quite make it away. Now Hamilton back on the attack. Switching to a bit of a box-to-box type game here. Rasapa, another great save. As the pace of this game ramps up as we near Te Wehuruatanga, the half-time break. Looks like an attempt at it, the long shot. Trying to catch the goalie off his line. Couldn't quite get it enough of it. Might be a slight breeze blowing from the right-hand side of your screen. Might have just acted to hold that ball up a little bit. Ata tākoro ana, ata whakawā nei ngā kōwhiringa. E wātei ana ki a rātou. Taking their time, carefully judging the option. Now opting to go long. Can't quite find him. Looked like he wanted to go for te whakawhiti. Ki te taha maui. Looked like he wanted to switch to the left-hand side, but Anderson there to meet it. As we see, nice crowd starting to gather around this game. Looks like it's the boys from Howick over in that far corner, also enjoying the spectacle. Now, number 7 from Hamilton boys. Leyland plays it back to Mania. We've seen Mania act as a little bit of a central pillar for this Hamilton defence. As now they drive up to Kurumairoa. Ahua. Kaharao I tēnei wā, rere ana ki te taha maui, a little bit strong on this occasion, flies out to that left-hand side. E rua ngā meneti e toi ana I tēnei haurua tuatahi. Ka taia e tētahi o enei tima ki te whai te neti I mui te weheruatanga. 2 minutes left in this first half. Can one of these teams find the back of the net for the break? You have to say, the sheer amount of pressure they've been under, Nelson might not be too annoyed to get away with just the one goal conceded. Tēmu mo te hake tēnei te whana poikiri. This is a unique game football of momentum swings. Kāre, koe e paku mōhi o āhea te mana e neke ai. You never really know when the authority is going to shift. If Nelson can first half, which has been really Hamilton dominated, just one down, but if they can claim momentum in the second half, they'll have a good chance of working themselves back into this game. As we see Karabali working in conjoint with Ray down that left-hand side. That's Boo Ray. Now pushing it out to the right to number 12, K-Ray gives it back in to the middle to Fletcher King. Fletcher King, the little 1-2. Can he get a shot off? He does, but nicely blocked there. Still with Nelson, bouncing around on the edge of the box, looking to thread it through. Can't quite find him. Number 6. What a goal! Oh, we te uo ngā u katoa mai te kope o te pauaka. Te whana rere ki te kopuna matau. E u tērā, ia rā. What a goal, son. The volley from the top of the box, just flying into the top right corner. Take a bow out of nowhere. Nelson College draw level with an absolute screamer at the end of the first half. That was a fantastic strike. Absolutely nothing the goalie could do about that. That's what I was saying. You can never get too comfortable. Hamilton with all the possession and all the pressure. All it took was Nelson. One little moment of brilliance and they are right back in this. No doubt that'll be getting on the highlights week. As we see, koera te whakamuting o tēnei weherua ngā tuatahi. That is the halftime break. As Nelson find a way to go even going into the half, tahi ki te tahi, with an absolute screamer of a goal. Nā reira, kaue e tā wahi e te iwi, do not go far. We have an incredibly exciting half of football coming up here from Te Papaioia. Hei ākua nei.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit.
Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this.
Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
Tēnā rā tātou I te whānau, nau mai hoki mai anō ki te papaioia, ki tēnei te haurua tuatahi, o tēnei kēmu hei kakarau atu. Ko whakatau e tākaroana I ngā tangata mai kirikiri roa tahi ki te tahi, te tautanga I tēnei wā. Welcome back to the second half of footy here from Palmerston North. We have an incredibly exciting fixture between Nelson and the boys from Hamilton. 1-1 at the half. Nelson taking an early lead, mā te whiu. Engari, I mua I te weheruatanga, nā Nelson I whakautu ki tētahi u paerau atu mai te tope o te pauaka. Hamilton taking that penalty, but Nelson just before the half responding with a fantastic goal from the top of the box. And now we are set for what promises to be an incredibly exciting second half. As we see, Nelson e tākaroana mai te taha matau, te taha maui, I o rātou kahurangi. Kirikiri roa ka tākaro mai te maui ki te matau, I o rātou kākahu. Māwhero me te pango. Nelson playing in their blue strip from right to left. Hamilton in their black and pink playing from left to right. Hei ha rātou, ngā tangata o kirikiri roa, te nuingo o te mana, te pōro I te haurua tuatahi. We saw Hamilton with the majority of possession and authority in that first half. Only able to convert it into one goal though. Tino kaha ngā kaiārai. O whakatū aha koa te ngaru. O te kaiwhakaeke o kirikiri roa. Nelson defence standing strong despite the wave of attack from Hamilton. Nelson a little bit more on the back foot in that first half. They managed to get out of it on even terms. They'll feel if they can grab the momentum early in the second half, they'll give themselves a really good chance of starting to pull away later in the game. Engari kirikiri roa. E tū tonu ana. Ki runga I tēnei kēmu still standing on top of this game. As they send their whiu roa ki te pauaka. Koira te Hamilton mā te tahi. Tino tōmua toru I tēnei haurua tuarua. Te maka paitaha roarau atu ki te poaka I reira. Te kai whakaeke, te kuru ki te kokana maui. E tērā, ia rā. A lovely long throw in into the box from the right hand side. Hamilton there to receive it, stick it in the bottom left corner, and early in this second half, immediately replying to that Nelson goal and leading this game by 1. Nelson might be a little bit shell-shocked there. They just managed to get back into this game we're heading into that halftime on a serious high, and Hamilton don't waste any time getting back into it. Once more, another team using a lethal makapaitaha roa. A lethal long throw-in. We've seen many teams across the course of this week utilising those long throw-ins. A Wero in Kaiarai to challenge the defence. Sending it in over the top, getting it on their heads. Hamilton with the little block. Nicely recovered by Rasapa. Now Nelson, Hinganana ki te whakahoki mā tērā parirau matau, looking to come back up that right-hand side. Can't quite link up. Good tackle there by the Kirikiriroa defender. As now they look to work it around the back. Money drives up just a little bit, finds his man in the mid. Lovely tackle though. As now Nelson look to ramp up that intensity. Iai ki te kaiawhina. Kare tērā I whakawhiti te raina. Assistant says that did not cross the line, lads, so we're going to keep playing. Engari koinei te mea tino whakahirehira mua ngā tangata mai I whakatū e hea rātou e kimi I te mana o tēnei kemu. How can they grab back authority in this game? And there's so much pressure in that first half. How can they find the intensity, find the flow to get some sustained possession, to get some chances of their own? As Hamilton scrapping for that ball on the halfway line. There's Nelson who come away with it though. They shifted across to the left hand side. It's with that number 2, Sim. Finds his man in the middle, number 11. And captain. And I believe the goal scorer in that first half, Jay Anderson. The ball through. Nicely thwarted by Hamilton. Nelson. Happy to play it around the back as they switch to the left-hand side to Karabali. Ki te mātou iaie e tū ona hei pōna tima I te haurua tuatai ko te ahua nei ka ōrite I tēnei haurua. We saw Karabali standing as a little bit of an attacking pillar for his team on the left-hand side in the first half. You get the feeling it might be much of the same in the second. Likewise, Money on the Kirikiriroa side, working as a bit of a kaituku distributor for his team. Both teams displaying a very modern style of football. E ngana ana ki te whakamahi I o rātou kaiarai hei ārahi I ngā kaiwhakaeke, looking to use their defenders to lead the attack. Aspect we see so much in the modern game. Ball playing centre backs happy to distribute out from deep inside their own half. Ari keian whakatū te makapaitaha. Nelson with the throw-in. Already we're seeing slightly more balance. Āhua tauri te ake, te āhuatanga o tēnei haurua in this second half. Hamilton absolutely dominant in the first 35. Nelson now looking to string together some good plays as we continue to go into the second phase of play. Karabali, mahi pai pera. Toa ai te whanawhiwhi to win the free kick for his team. Lovely bit of gamesmanship there from number 11. That's Clark for Hamilton boys. Keeping in Karabali's face, not letting him take that kick quickly. So we see Rasapa, the long boot up towards that right-hand touchline. Taku whakaro tērā pia ākua nei, ka ki te tātou I etai whakawhiti mai ngā tima e rua. Wouldn't be surprised if it won't be long until we see some substitutions on both sides. E mōhio pai ana ahau, ki te hōhunutanga o te pū. Te roto I nei tima e rua. Well aware of the depth of talent that both of these teams bring to the table. Two great sporting schools, full of future stars. No doubt they will have very strong benches that they can use to inject some energy into this game. You see Hamilton with the steal on the halfway line. Te whanaroa, he rapo ana I tōna parirau matau, engari. Nā Karabali tērā I kaupare, looking for his right winger. Karabali gets up to thwart that one. Once again, number 18, Harrison Old for Kirikiriroa. Working a little bit of a pay. A few. Kau, e ai ki te kaiwa wao, pai noa. Referee says that was all good. Once again, that physicality that we've seen throughout the course of this, referee's happy to let these boys play a nice, tough style of footy. Ngā rau taki hau, engari ngā āhuatanga tawhito. The new strategies and the new methods, but a little bit of old-fashioned āhuatanga. Not afraid of a little bit of argy-bargy. You see Hamilton, e nganana ki te whai taua whanahokai, engari mahi pai nā te kai ārai. Te kaupare i taua whanahokai, lovely work from the cut out that cross. Not letting Hamilton get that ball back into the box, engari. He maka pai taha ki a rātou anō. Still a throw in. We saw them score off the long throw in earlier in the half. Can they do the same? Can they get that ball in the box? See how far he can get it. Heaves it up in the air. Lovely work from Rasapa coming out to claim that one. No uncertainty there. Ahua pū hai ahau ki etahi o enei tamariki me te kaha o rātou whiu. I must say, te whānau, I'm a little bit envious of some of these boys and just how far they can throw them. When I play myself, my throw-ins are lucky to even make it to the first man, let alone to be able to throw it all the way into the box. Mohio pai ana hau e kemu, te ingoa o tēnei kemu ko te whana poikiri. I know this game is called football, but these boys are absolutely wonderful with their hands. It's only weird if you make it weird, Etihiwi. As we see Nelson now. E whakahoki ana anō on the counter-attack. The centre. Just taking their time in the Hamilton boys' territory. Te whakawhiti. Lovely switch pass there. Into the box now. Can he get this cross away? He can. Engari. Tino tau tērā. Nā Taylor. Te kaikatiuhanga o he kirikiriroa. Lovely and settled there from Taylor, the Hamilton boys goalkeeper. Just calming things down for his team. Now Hamilton looking to drive. Once again, tino tau, tino kupua no makariri. Kāre rātou I te horo, ki te tākaro rātou, tā rātou ake tere. My favourite word again, chilly, nice and cool offence. Hamilton not looking to force anything, not looking to rush. Just playing the game at their own pace. When opportunities like that open up, when they see those gaps, happy to send those long balls, those whanaroa deep into Nelson territory. E makapaitaha no mā rātou. Engari, hoki ana no ki muri. Another attacking throw-in, once again, happy to go back. As we see Money driving one down there into the far left corner. Doing well to find his man. Hamilton once again. Whakātu ana I tō rātou mānawa, showing their patience. Going back to the defenders, letting them work that ball around. Te whanaroa anō, e rapu ana I te nama te kaumawha, that long ball looking for number 14, that's Max Mitchell. Does find him. Can't quite get his shot off on this occasion. Once again, Hamilton driving around the top of the box, can't quite make it work. Now Nelson. Kōkiri ki taua tahamatau, looking to drive up that right-hand side. Strong challenge there, but the referee happy to let it play on as Hamilton retain possession. More strong work there from Nelson College. That was the number 9, Freddie Thompson, coming off a little bit intense on that tackle. He whana whiwhi kia kirikiriroa anō. Money e whana. Looks like Money is going to take it. Te kai wawao. Ka paku hui, ka paku kōrero ki ngā kāpene katoa, kare kore e ki ana ki a rātou. Whakatau, kia tūpato, kei pukahau I etahi o koutou, I etahi o kōrua kai tākoro. No doubt, just letting the captains know they need to settle their boys down. I don't want to see any players in the bin as we come out wide to Eben Smith. Can't quite get around the defence at that point, but a lovely little chip over the top. He whana rewa, finding him again. He whana hau hokai. Ko kauparetia e play rate. Nō reira, he whanakoko anō ki kirikiri roa. Lovely work from Evan Smith on that right-hand side. Another tall lad. Be interesting to see if they can use his height in this corner. Looks like it's going to be number 5, Liam West, coming up to take the whanakoko, the corner. Kirikiri roa, e whakapiri ana ki taua pautai wāhi. Hamilton stacking up at that far post. Looks like they might rush back into the middle or try and head it in from that side. They do go far post. They get up and the header, engari kei reira up to Kahana anō, giving Money a little shove, telling him to get out of his way before sending the long ball down, bombing it away to Samuel Rual-Heng, who in turn gets on the inside to Sim. Can he get a shot off? He can. Engari, ngāwari noa mā te kaikutsiuhanga. That was Fletcher King. Apologies, getting that shot away. Nice and easy for the Hamilton boys goalkeeper on that occasion. Now Hamilton looking once more to play it out from the back. Nice and chilled. Not rushing anything. They know they've got that advantage. Not feeling that they need to try and force anything as they now look to kōkiri ki taua taha maui. Whana kōkiri paero atu ki te pariro maui. Lovely working up that left-hand side. The through ball to the winger. Finds his way into the centre. He gets cut off by a good number of Nelson defenders. Nelson committing plenty of men to the ball. Trying to shut down Hamilton before they get into positions they would deem a bit too dangerous. Nelson now, he makapai taha anō. Te ahua nei, e rua ngā whakawhiti kei te haere. Looks like we have a couple subs for Hamilton boys. Looks like it is number 11, Asher Clark, going to the side. Not quite sure just yet who's coming on. Engari e hari te ohorere. Te kai whakahaere o Hamilton. E ngana ana ki te āpiti e tahi ngāua anō ki tēnei tima. Hamilton boys manager looking to just add a little bit more energy to his team. Try and give them a boost heading into Enei Rua Te Community Whakamutunga. These last. Now Nelson looking to work it out from that right-hand side to cross it into the box. Can he get a shot off? Looked for a little bit of whana huri, a spin kick there. Couldn't quite get good connection on it, but Nelson boys retain possession. Now dancing around the edge of the box. This is dangerous for Hamilton. They managed to get it away. Ki taua taha maui. Out to that left-hand side. 9-8. Whakawhiti ana ki Wanganui. Switching back into the middle. Kōkiri ana ki taua taha matau. Driving up that right-hand side. Nothing doing. Mari he makapai taha no ki a whakatū. Another throw in to Nelson. They fling it into that right-hand corner. Just looking for a way to get off that sideline. Can't quite do so just yet. Lovely dribbling there, keeping possession, getting it across, but looks like it was number 19, I think. Zach Richards managed to get up and cut that cross out before it got too dangerous for his team. Looks like it's another corner to Nelson. How can they make good on this opportunity? As we see Nelson piling into the box. Looks like number 5, Will Kearney, has come all the way up from defence, looking to add a little bit more of a threat to this Nelson corner. Rewa ana ki taua pau tata. Drifting into the near post, but it strikes the crossbar. Kei reira tonu mā Nelson, engari ki te taha. Tēno tata rātau. Ki te ui taua wā. Te tuki a māhunga i te tuatahi. Tuki i te tuanui o te tapa whā kātahi. Ko te kuru. Tēno tata ki te ua pau tata engari. Te tai rātau te whai te neti. Really close there from Nelson to finding that equaliser. The header coming off the roof of the goal, hitting that crossbar, and then the rebound. So close to that near post, but just going wide. Nelson not quite able to find the back of the net, but starting to put some serious pressure on this Hamilton defence as we head deeper into these last 20 minutes. Hamilton going long. Can only find number 10 for Nelson. Now they drive. Lovely work from Money to cut that out. It's Ruel Heng looking to start something from that midfield. Couldn't quite do so. And now Hamilton on the counter-attack. O tata tērā. Kaore kore ko tōna ngākau I tōna waha. I taua wā. No doubt the goalie had his heart in his mouth there. That ball dribbling just wide of that right-hand post. Hamilton close to extending their lead. Pauaka ki te pauaka te āhuatanga o te Kēmu I Naia nei box-to-box stuff now. As both of these teams start to ramp it up, heading into this final phase. Me pono te koro e te iwi. E te ahua ngenge haere ahau mā te. Nā te mātakitaki noa. Getting a bit tired just from watching. Can't even imagine what it's like for the boys actually out there. Engari kia tūpato tonu ahau. Ki taku wete reo. Kei kohe te mai taku kaiako. I need to remain ever vigilant when it comes to my grammar. Make sure I don't get a grilling from my teacher if he ever sees this. Mehe mea kei te mātakitaki koe. Kia ngā wari mai, if you are watching this, matua, please go easy on me. I Naia nei, he whana koko kia kirikiri roa. Corner to Hamilton. Mai tērā taha maui from that left-hand side. Te wana te katoa o rātou whakaeke ki taua Pauta Wahia Nō. Standing again on that far post. It was Money who managed to get up, get his head on it, couldn't quite guide it down, and then the attempted Kung Fu style whanarere, the Kung Fu volley couldn't quite find its mark, and now Nelson e whakahoki ona. Engari he rutu pai rawa atu era. Nā te nama rima o Kirikiri roa, a tackle there from number 5, Liam West for Hamilton. Not only cutting that attack out, but winning te makapaitaha mā tōna tīma, winning his team the throw-in. That is fantastic stuff out on that left-hand wing. As now Nelson looks to turn it around and drive back in. Drive back into Nelson territory. Kereira Rasapa losing the ball outside his box. Karabali there to clean up for his goalie. Fantastic defensive combination they have proved to be so far in this game. Now Nelson once more the opportunity to drive deep into Hamilton territory. This ball comes out to the left of the box. Te whana hōkai engari I reira anō. Kaiarai hei kaupare I taua. Defender once more there to cut that pass out. As we see number 4 Finn Roberts on this near side playing a lovely little 1-2 with play rate. So now look to Whawhitiki Pawahi has now looked to switch to that far side, going through Will Kearney, finding his right back. Number 3 Joe Boyce. Nō reira ko te nuinga o ngā whakawhiti o Nelson kua urua ki tēnei Kēmu. Looks like the majority of Nelson's bench has now been brought into the game. The manager looking for the spark, looking for what can find them that equaliser. Could one of those boys be the difference? Mahi pai tērā. Nā te kai whakaeke ki te toa I te whanakoko mā tōna tīma. Lovely work there from the attacker to win the corner for his team. Looks like that was the captain again, Jay Anderson. What a fantastic game he's having for Nelson. Real attacking spark for his side as now te whanakoko. Ka pēhea rātou e whakamahi e tēnei āhenga. How are they going to work this opportunity? Looks like going very conventional, crowding the box. The header at the near post, can't quite get it away. It's still dangerous. Can they get a shot off? Nothing doing. Nelson on that occasion keeps it in well. Can he get the ball in the middle? Can't do so. Lovely work from the Hamilton defence, not only to steal that ball, but to keep it from going out for another corner. And now they look to counter-attack. Have they managed to keep that ball in? They have. Te whana roa rawa atu. Kia tūpato, oh, where he tata ki te u. Almost a goal from the ends of the earth there for Kirikiriroa Rasapa. Wasn't much he could do about that one. He got it up on the wind and it just started to drift in towards that goal. Almost a moment of absolute brilliance there from Kirikiriroa. In the end, doesn't quite come off. Engari Kirikiriroa I nai kōkiri ana ki taua parira maui, driving up that left-hand side. E rapo ana I te aheinga ki te whana hokoi. Looking hokai. Looking for the opportunity to get across in. Strong tackle there. Hai ki te kaiwa wao. Ahua tūreiti. Mō reira, he whana whiwhi ki taua taha o te pauaka. A little bit late on that tackle there. So it will be another free kick for Hamilton I tētahi wahi tino mō rea rea. Mā tēnei ārai o whakatū for this Nelson defence. Interesting to see once more where the Hamilton look to shoot. They've been favouring that back post from set pieces and corners, looking to crowd the far side of the goal. Looks like they're doing the same again. Looking to put the ball in behind the goalkeeper. And this time they drive it in at the near post, in fact. A lovely little tohi patera. 2-1 me te mea nei ka ngana I rātau ki te u ki taua pau tā wahi, engari panoni I te hekona whakamutunga kia kuru ai ki taua pau tata. Setting up like they were going to go for the far post once more, but changing at the last second and driving it in towards the near post. Well met by Nelson, who now look to belt it upfield. As that ball drifts out for yet another makapaitaha. Yet another throw-in to Whakatū. Looks like it is going to be number 4, Finn Roberts with the throw-in. And here whakawhiti, e rua ngā whakawhiti, mā Nelson College. 2 substitutions for Nelson College. Looks like number 7, Fletcher King, and number 10, Samuel Rualheng, both going to the sideline. 2 fantastic performances by those players. Kirikiriroa also making a couple substitutions. Both teams now looking to their benches as we enter these final 10 minutes. In fact, there's 3 players coming on for Nelson. Ko te ahua nei ko whakawātea ko rātou pai katoa. Looks like Nelson have cleared their bench now. Looking to bring as many pairs of fresh legs as they can into their side. Trying to find that spark that will get them back even in this game. Te ahua nei he whana whiwhi kia Whakatū. Looks like there might be a throw in there for Nelson. Aira, he whana whiwhi. Goal! He makapaitaha. Looks like the throw-in's been turned over. Nelson now in possession. Kirikiriroa, Tino Tere, Tahai Taua Poro really quick to steal that ball back. Once again, Anderson trying to work some magic in from his wing. Can't quite do so. Nelson belts it downfield as far as Boyce. Sorry, Hamilton that is. Te ahua. Whiwhiwhi, tōku roro. Brain getting a little muddled up there. Nelson and Hamilton, completely different places. Not quite sure where I can't separate the two. Just my inner Aucklander unable to comprehend the rest of the country. See that second ball getting in the way once more. Looks like one of those substitutions. It's number 13. That's Maui for Nelson College. Be a drop ball to Kirikiriroa as they now look to reset once more. Hokiana Kimuri, engari kua tāhaitia, e Whakatū. Here come Nelson on the counter attack. Number 2, Oscar Oren Sim, taku aroha tētai ia. Te toa I taua reihi, not quite able to win that race. Still with Nelson, the switch ball. Lovely little pass out to that right hand side of the box. Can Nelson find a way to get this ball into the centre? Good pressure on the man there as he now resets back. Once more, Nelson working it around the top of the box, trying to find a chance to get a shot off, and they do. Engari, Herere taua, kuru ki runga I te tapawha. That shot just flying over the goal. Another good opportunity for Nelson. E tohu pai tērā mā rātou, ia tātou e whakatatana ki te mutungo te kebu nei. Good signs for them as we draw closer to the end of this fixture. Still, Meneti e waru e toi ana. Ko na whetera, mā rātou ki te whai tētai ua no. Still 8 minutes to go. That's plenty of time for them to find a goal. If they continue with the pressure they're starting to mount on this Hamilton defence. Nāna e kōkiri ana ki taua tahamatau, driving up that right hand side. Doing well to maintain possession. Some serious pressure coming in from Hamilton, but Nelson making a good job of keeping this ball. Nāna whakatū. Whakawhiti ana ki taua tahamaui. Karabali anō. Te whanaroa e rapo ana I tōna kaikuru. Long ball from Karabali, looking for his striker. Can't find him on that occasion. Engari, kei kirikiri roa anō. Looks like we have an injury, in fact, over on that far side. E whanawhiwhi. Kiri roa. But Hamilton escaped that wave of pressure with a free kick. Pakuhui. Ke wanganui te kaiawhina me te kaiwawao. A brief hui between the ref and his assistant, and it looks like the two captains being called in once more. Perhaps it looks like captain for Nelson College and number 15, that is Sammy Atala. Wow, just warning from the referee there. Perhaps a little over-aggressive in that last play. E rata pai ana hau ki taua āhuatanga o tēnei kaiwa wao. Kua ki te tātou i etai o ngā kaiwa wao, tino rata pai ana ki o rātou pūkoro. Engari, ko tēnei kaiwa wao, hariko ana ki a taia e ngā rangatahi ki te tākaro I tā rātou ake kemu. We've seen some referees in this tournament be very pocket happy to go to the book. I'm loving the way this referee is running this match, allowing the boys to play the game they want to play, nice and hard, nice and fast. Just keeping things under control. Some fantastic officiating on display. Karabali Naya Nate. Te ahua nei ko whakawhiti ia ki tētahi pūtuara. Looks like he's come in from left back and is now playing at centre back. Perhaps Finn Roberts playing down the left-hand side for Nelson. Bit of a utility player in defence is Karabali. Mā whakatū. Ngari nāia nei whakatū e ngana ana ki te kōkiri ki taua tahamatau, looking to drive up that right-hand side. Keeping possession, he whanawhiwhi, he kume, kei rō I taua wero. A little pull in that challenge. Nō reira he āhenga nō tēnei. Mā whakatū. Ki te rapu I taua whakautu. Another chance for Nelson to find that response we saw in the first half. That spark of brilliance, the difference. Beautiful volley from the edge of the box. Can they find another little piece of genius to get themselves back into this game with only 5 minutes left to play? Karabari, te whanaroa e rere ana ki taua pautā wahi. Mari tētai e whakatū te whakatau I te poro I tēnei wā. Long ball from Karabari drifting towards that far post. Nelson not quite able to control it on this occasion. So, you see, e whanatapa whāma kirikiri roa kaore rātau I te horo. A goal kick for Hamilton. They are in no rush to take this. Taylor just having a little stroll. Walking his way back up to the box. Trying to use up some of these last few seconds. Enjoying that Palmerston North sun. Ko āhua tau tēnei tauhu tēnei haurua tuarua māna. Engari te nei. Maha ngā āheinga kei te hara mai tonu, mā ngā tangata mai whakatū. Been a little bit settled in second part of this for the Hamilton boys goalie, but you just feel like there are plenty more opportunities coming the way of this Nelson College side. He makapaitaha kia rātou I nāia nei. Now Nelson with the throw-in. Will they look to use a long throw-in as Kirikiriroa have done so dangerously against them? They do. Engari he hui anō. Kei Wainganui te kai āwhina me te kai wawao. Another discussion going on between the assistant and the referee. Let's see what the outcome is here. He's having a paku kōrero ki te kāpe net. Looks like it is money. Has been called in perhaps for a little warning. Aira, te whakatūpato noa. Mahi pai anō nā te kai wawao. Lovely work again from the referee. Just giving the ball to settle down rather than going straight to his pocket. Really letting this game flow. Lovely work from Kirikiriroa there to cut out the whana Hawkeye. I nāia nei, he makapaitaha anō mā Kirikiriroa nā whakatū no reira kare no rātou kia pute te ngahere. Not out of the woods just yet as Nelson retained possession. Lovely work there from Hamilton boys. Really stifling this Nelson attack, forcing them down into that corner, not letting them get out into the middle where they can get a shot off. I reira te whana Hawkeye, kua rere, ki muri te tapawha. There's the cross just drifting behind the goal. We see Nelson running to collect the ball for Taylor. They know if they let him go and get it, he's just going to have a cheeky stroll and use up even more of that time remaining, so they're trying to hurry it along. Keep this game moving as fast as possible. Taylor, set up here. Kangana ki te whana roa. Roatea I etahi o tērā taumahatanga ai. Looks to the long ball, trying to clear some of that pressure away from his team. He whana whiwhi, kia whakatū anō. Nelson with yet another free kick. Plenty of opportunities coming their way as we see Karapari shifting it across to that right hand side. Nelson, little 1-2 play. Now the ball up, down to the wing. Te whana Hawkeye, the little cross in. Can he get a shot away? He can. Marikua kauparetia anō. Once again, blocked out well by this Hamilton boys defence. Nari he whana koko. All of these calls going the way of Whakatū in these last few minutes. Plenty of chances for them to draw even here. You can see Anderson e tohuana ki ona kaiarai hara mai e hoa. It's pirenga hau ia tātou katoa tū I roto I te pawaka mō tēnei whana koko. You can see Anderson calling to his defenders, letting them know he wants everyone in the box for this corner. They know just how important this corner could be. Even the goalie, Rasapa, he's up. The entire team crowding in. Rasapa with some heroics and goals so far. Can he be the man to find the goal for his team as the cross goes in? He tuki a mahunga. Ngari ki te taha maui. Reira, he whana tapawha kia Hamilton e ora tonuana. Kirikiriroa getting up, putting the header in, but it goes wide to the left and Hamilton live on. Rasapa having to make the long run back to his goal. Just wonder whether Hamilton might have done enough now to secure the win as Taylor once more goes for a lazy stroll back to pick up the ball. You can see Makai Tākaro katoa o Kirikiriroa e tūana ki te taha. All of the Nelson players on that bench standing up. They can sense the end of this game is near and they look ready to celebrate. The Whanaroa. See how long the Kaiwawao lets this one play. Makapaita kia Whakatū anō. Another throw into Whakatū. Can they get the ball into the Hamilton Bulls half? Give Hamilton boys half. Give themselves one more chance to find that equaliser. The ball over the top. It's bouncing through, but it's bouncing wide. Here, whana tapa wha. Another goal kick to Hamilton. Looked for a second there like it might have taken a deflection. Referee says it's gone through cleanly. Mō reira, ahakoa te taumahatanga e ora tonu ana a Kirikiriroa despite the pressure. Hamilton still alive, fighting as hard as they can to protect this 1-goal lead as the clock ticks down. Ia te kaiwa wau e titiro ana ki tāna wati. Ref checks his watch. How many more plays do we have left in this game? Koira te whakamutunga. Hamilton boys mā te tahi, rua ki te tahi ki te kura o ngā tamatoa o whakatū. Hamilton boys getting up over Nelson College here by 2-1. Engari me mihi atu ki ngā tima e rua. Kua mātakitaki tātou I tētai kēmu tino hīkaka. Tino tata hockey we've seen. An extremely exciting and close contest here between these two teams. In the end, Hamilton doing just enough to go through. Ka paku whakatā tātou. Hei ākua nei ko hoki mai ki te kēmu tuatoru o te rānei. We'll have a quick break and we'll be back with the third fixture of the day here from Te Papaioia.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their breed. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit.
Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this.
Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
tēnā rā tātou e te iwi nau, mai hoki mai anō ki tēnei te kēmu tuatoru o tō tātou nei riko atatanga. Welcome to the third game of our live stream here from Te Papaioia, Palmerston North at the 2025 New Zealand Secondary Schools Boys Football Championships. Oingoa, māku koutou arahi I tēnei kēmu hikarau atu. My name is Toby. I'll be leading you guys through what promises to be an extremely exciting matchup between Marlborough Boys and Sacred Heart College. Te āhua nei ka tākaro a Sacred Heart I o rātou kākahu mā. Ka tākaro a Marlborough I te karaka. Looks like Sacred Heart will be coming out in their white strip. Marlborough orange. Kaore anō hau kia kite I tēnei tima mai I tāmaki makaurau e tākaro nō reira. Kaore au te tino mōhio ki te āhuatanga o tō rātou rautaki, o tō rātou, tā rātou whana poikiri. Haven't personally seen this Sacred Heart side play yet in this tournament, so it will be interesting to see how they come out and play their footy. Marlborough, of course, playing the first game on stream yesterday. As we see, ngā kāpene e rua e hui hui ana ki ngā kai wawao. Both of the captains having a quick hui with the assistants and the referee. And we are set to get underway here for the final game of our live stream today. Ia tātou e whakatatana ki te mutunga o te wiki nei. Ka piki haere te taumahatanga o ēnei kēmu. Ka piki haere te whakahirahira o ēnei kēmu. As we draw closer to the end of the week, these games become ever more important heading into playoff footy. It is do or die for these boys. I mohio pai ana katoa. I mohio pai ana tātou katoa ki te pukumahi. O ēnei tima e rua hei whakarite mo tēnei whakataitai no reira. Ka tino pīrangi rātou. Ki te tutuki o rātou whainga, we are well aware of just how much hard work all of these young men have put into preparing for this tournament throughout their own regional seasons and now international competition. They will be giving it their all to achieve their goals over these next few days of footy. Te rā ko te āhua nei, mā Sacred Heart, te ngākau tapu pēa, ka timata, e timata me ki. Looks like Sacred Heart are going to come out on offense. He tākaro mai I te taha maui ki te taha matau. Ko Marlborough, he tākaro mai I te matau ki te maui. Looks like Sacred Heart coming out on attack from left to right. Marlborough Boys playing from right to left. So we see already looking to shift that ball up the right hand side. Inai nei. Ki te tātou he tērā atu kēmu. Ko Marlborough, he tino pai ana kia rātou ki te mahi ki ngā parirau. Whakamahi ana I o rātou tere, kei ngā taha e rua, me ngā whana hōkai hei wero I ngā kai ārai. We saw in their last game, Marlborough more than happy to work that ball up the wings using their pace that they possess on both sides of the field, and a very strong crossing game to threaten defences they have come up against. Nō reira, kare kore he wero kei te haere, mā ngā kai ārai o Marlborough, kia kaupare, kia whakaweto, I taua wero, be a challenge for this Sacred Heart defence to try and extinguish that threat. As we see already, he whana tapawha, kia te ngā goal kick to Sacred Heart. Kua koro kia hau, he pāna ki tōku wā kura. Haera he tauira o mua ahau o te kura o ngā tamatoa o tamaki, te kura o ngā kura. Tērā pēr, e mōhi wana etahi o koutou. Ko te ngākau tapu tētahi o ngā tino hoariri, tōku kura. As I've spoken about before, I am an old boy of the grammar Sacred Heart, one of our greatest rivals. Nō reira, ka ngana ahau. Ki te noho taurite, ki te noho ki te taiapa, mo tēnei kēmu katoa, I will do my best ki te whānau to sit on the fence to judge this game fairly. To all of you Sacred Heart supporters out there, I have no particular affiliation to Marlborough Boys, just a strong affection for the Lion. As we see, he kura pai tērā nā te pari maui, e wero ana I te hanga tō mua tono nei te kēmu. We see a good shot there coming in from the left winger, putting some early pressure on the Marlborough goal. Marlborough lining up with Logan Stone. He tūana hei kai kāti uhanga. Logan Stone, their goalkeeper, ko ngā kai ārai. The defenders, Campbell Ferguson, Caleb McCauley, Hugh Bradley and Archie Botham. Ko ngā kaunuku e nekanganui I te papa. Midfielders moving it around in the centre of the field. Ben Lindfield, Connor Pugh and Reece Yockney. Ko ngā kai whakaeke. Henry Piddington, Isaac Moore, and kia ata titiro. Kia Jaimar Zapata. Playing up front, we saw just how dangerous he can be in their last fixture. Sacred Heart, on the other hand. Ko Emmett Connolly, tō rātou kāpene me tō rātou kai kāsi uhanga. Emmett Connolly in goal and captaining the side. We've got Bador, Bordika and Little John. Etiona Hei Kaiarai standing in the midfield. Lloyd, Maney and Villy playing in the midfield, and ko ngā kai whakaeke, Wires, Schwab and Hoare. Nō reira. Kaore e kore, he kēmu hei kakarau atu kei te haere nā te kaha o Era Tima Erua. No doubt, a really exciting fixture coming up with the strength that we can see in both of those lineups. I Nāianei Sacred Heart, e mahi ana, ki runga I te pauaka, working at the top of the box, engari. Māori boys, e whakahoki mai ana, getting on the counter-attack. Going to drive upfield, well cut out by the Sacred Heart defence. Sacred Heart. Whakatau wana I te mahi. Kairo. Āta mahi ana, āta whanawhana, āta tuku ana ki taua taha Māui. Sacred Heart just taking their time. Carefully working up that left-hand side, looking to string some passes together. Can't quite do so. As he makapai taha no ki Marlborough, another throw-in for this Marlborough College team. He makapai taha no. Another throw-in. Marlborough working their way up the field with these throws. He mea ka titero koutou ki raro o koutou mataka ki te whānuitanga o te whenua o ngā aputa tata ki te kamera. If you look at the bottom of your screens, te whānau, you'll see an expansive space on the close side near our camera, what would be the left wing for Marlborough. Often, when that ball does get parked up on one side, ka ata whakapiri ngā tima e rua ki taua taha, teams can tend to start to gather over to one section of the field, leaving big gaps over on the far side. Mehemea ka taia e ngā tima e rua. Te whakamahi I o rātou whana hōkai. Tērā pia ka whai rātou I ngā āheinga ki tērā taha. As we see them, Sacred Heart doing just as I said, making good use of their crosses to access those spaces created by the teams all congregating over to the far side. A little bit strong in the tackle there from Sacred Heart as we see Zapata e kōkiri ana ki Wainganui me te whanaroa ki tōna hoa kei te pariro matau. Lovely little long ball out to his mate on the right wing. Driving down to the kokona, nothing doing there. He looks to whip it back into the box, can't quite find him, goes for the short pass. Whanahokai kei te haere, tērā pēr kau, kōwhiri ki te whanawhana. Thought we had cross coming in there, but instead opting to go for the dribble. He puka kōwhai tuatahi o te kēmu nei. Kia Marlborough boys, an early yellow card to Marlborough boys. Hāhua kaharawa I taua rutu, going a little bit strong into that tackle there. Referee deems that to be a dangerous action. Kārea no tātou kia tino kite. E ngā kaiwa wau e toro ana ki o rātou pūkoro I tēnei rā. We haven't seen many of the referees reaching to their pockets so far today. Early signs here, we might have a slightly more card-happy referee on our hands. Marlborough, e ngana ana ki te timata tere e tēnei whakaekenga, looking to start this attack quickly. Engari kei reira, Sacred Heart me te whanaroa ki te haurua o Marlborough boys, the deep long ball striking into the heart of Marlborough territory. Engari kua ki te tātou, te āhuatanga o enei rangatahi. Pai ke rātou ki te tākoro I te whutupuro tere. E oma ana mai tētahi pauaka ki tētahi pauaka. Tapawhā ki tapawhā, we've seen across the course of this week the way that these rangatahi like to play their football. Fast, free-flowing, box-to-box, goal-to-goal kind of stuff. So you just feel those possession-centred kicks might not yield as much fruit as these defenders might like, knowing how quickly teams can get up and bring that ball back into the opposing half. Te peke me te whana karate. Mai taua kai arai. Good jump, a little karate move there from that defender. We've seen a few Kung Fu Panda inspired moves from across the board. Not sure if there's a group movie night going on with all the teams. They definitely seem inspired as we see the whana kōkiri. E rapawana I tōna Kaikuru finding a striker. Well covered, can't get a shot off, but he resets back again. You find a way to get into the middle. Little short ball. Good control there. Tino mā nawa nawa tonu. Kare rātou I te horo. Nice and patient, not rushing it, just working it around the top of the box. E rapawana I te āheinga ki tuku I taua whana Hawkeye, looking for the opportunity to send that cross in. Nai nei kōkiri ana ki taua kokona driving into that corner. How can he get out of this one? He's in a bit of a jam. Well guided by Sacred Heart. Engari, e makapai taha tonu ki a Marlborough. Still a throw in for Marlborough. Te whanaroa nā Sacred Heart. Whakawate ana. Taua taumahatanga. Lifting that pressure off. Te rāpea kei te maumahara etahi o koutou. Ki kuraru. I whakahua ai I te ingoa o Marlborough. You may remember, some of you, I had some issues trying to say Marlborough in the previous game. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the ingoa o Marlborough. Hei ngā wari ake taku mahi. Just going to find whatever their Māori name is and try and save myself a little bit of difficulty. Ko te rā koe rā te kaupapa ne e te whānau. This is a Māori. Whakaata Māori kaupapa. Why not use te ingoa Māori mō te wāhi? Te tau ihu o te waka, the prow of Maui's canoe. A tāhua. Kare o te whakaiti te ingoa o Marlborough. Kei te whakaiti ke ahau I tōku ake whakahuatanga. Not taking the mick out of the Marlborough name, more just acknowledging that I struggle with the English language. I nāia nei. Kei a Sacred Heart. Te nā tapu. Ka whakamahi ahau I ngā ingoa Māori mō ngā tima e rua I te whānau. Both of the team names. Sacred Heart, te ngā tapu, Marlborough, te tau ihu o te waka. Just making things a little bit more fun. As we see, te ngā tapu e kōkiri ana ki te pauaka driving into the box. Naki te whai tōna kuru, can't quite find a shot. Goes out again. Little 1-2 reset. Can he get it away? Aira. Kuru pai tera engari I reira. Te kaikāti uhanga, hei kaupare ai I tau. Goalkeeper gets up, blocks that shot. Looks like we might have a bit of an injury here, kua wharetia. Te kaikāti uhanga, looks like the goalkeeper's just caught a foot in that exchange. Reira he wapai tēnei ki te mihatu ki ngā kaitautoko katoa o te kaupapa nei o tēnei whakataitai ki a Bailey's. NZ, Carbon Farming, Apollo Projects, 2 Degrees, Caltex. O te rā kia whakaata Māori. E rikoa tānei te kemu nei to all of our sponsors that so generously support this competition, giving our rangatahi this platform to perform, to play their sport at the highest level, and of course, kia whakaata Māori to Māori TV, Māori Plus, providing us with this live stream here today. Mei kore ake rātou katoa, e kore tēnei kaupapa tino whakahirehire e tū. If it was not for all of them, this kaupapa would not be able to go ahead. O reira, e mihi ana, e mihi ana, e mihi ana. Ko te ahua nei, ko hoki aki ona, Waiwai looks like he's back on his feet. Ready to start up again. Te rapea he whanaroa kei te haere ai. Goes for that long ball down towards the halfway. Engari kei reira, te ngā kautapu, hei kaupare I taua whana. Sacred Heart there to get in the way of that kick. Inai nei a neki ana Kimuri. Moving it around the back. Kōkiri ana ki taua Parero Maui anō, working up that left side again. Ana ārawa I tēnei wā, a little bit too high. Ahua teitei rawa me ki. He rereke te runga rawa, mehe mea he tangata karaiti ana koe, kei te mōhio, kei te mōhio. Ahua teitei rawa I taua wā, a little bit high on the shot that time, just flying over the top of the goal. Nō reira, he whana tapa whā ki Marlborough anō. Another goal kick to Marlborough. Looks like they're going to look to go long. Takuaroha te ihu o te waka a Māui. As they do look to go long. Can't quite link up. 9-8. Kore he ingoa tuturu mō ngā kura e rua e te whānau. Ia hau e rapu ana. I te ingoa tuturu. Ingoa Māori tuturu o Sacred Heart College. Kore sino mō hio kau tonu ki ngā ingoa ko kōwhiritia e au. Stick with the names that I have pieced together. Te ngākau tapu. Me te ihu o te waka a Māui. We'll stick with those two titles I te iwi. As we see te ihu o te waka a Māui. Tāhai tia I rātou te pōro. Making a good steal there. Can't quite convert it into an opportunity. Te ngākau tapu. Pai ana ki a rātou ki te whakatau te āhuatanga o tēnei mahi. They're happy to just settle things down. Once again showing good patience. Working it around the back. Tino pakeke. Tino mā nawa te whakaro rā. Very mature approach to their footy. Marlborough looking to work up the centre. E kume kei rō I taua wero. Little pull in that challenge. E whanawhiwhi anō ki a Marlborough. Ki a te ihu te waka a Māui. Ki a haunei āhua tā wāhi rawa. Tēnei whanawhiwhi ki a kuruai. This feels a little bit far out for the shot, so looks as if they're going to look to drift it in towards that far post as they do. Engari, e kōrapi whakaroto ana ki taua pai tata, pau tata me ki. Nā te kai kāti uhanga tērā I kaupare, just drifting in towards that near post, and lovely work from the goalie to deal with that one. E nai nei. E whawhai ana rau e ruha matau. Good scrap for the ball out on that right hand side. Kei ha te ngākau tapu tonu, still with Sacred Heart. E mahi ana ki taua parirau Maui. Kua tino rata pai rātou ki taua taha tainoa ki tēnei wā. So far, te ngākau tapu Sacred Heart showing a real love for that left hand side. Seems to be their main method of attack. As now they look to whakawhiti, look to get it into the middle. Engari kei reira. Te ihu o te waka a Māui kei reira a Marlborough. Marlborough get across to cut that one out. Te tau ihu o te waka. Au we. Kia tika taku whakahua o te ingoa. Make sure. Te tau ihu o te waka. Korotahi mai e te iwi. Te tau ihu o te waka. Koira te kupu o te rā. That's the word of the day, whānau. Add that one to your kete. As we see te ngākau tapu e kōkiri ana ki taua taha Maui driving up that left-hand side. Not quite able to link up. Wa āhua tau. Tēnei miniti te kaumārima. Fairly settled 15 minutes compared to some of the levels of energy we've seen in the previous games. Engari kei te ratapai ahau ki taua āhuatanga. He tohu te mānawa o ēnei tima. Engari ko te kuru. O tata tērā. A nice left foot shot from Zapata looking to catch. Te kai kātu Yuhanga off guard. Couldn't quite do so. Engari, ia hau e kōrero ana. Ko ki te tātou, te nuingo o ēnei tima e tākaro ana me he rangatahi. Nere ko ēnei tima e rua whakātu ana I o rātou pakeketanga, I o rātou mā nawa I ēnei miniti te kauma ono kua hipa. We've seen a lot of teams playing in a very rangatahi style, very excited football, quick moving, ball flying all over the place. But these two teams both showing their maturity, showing their patience in this opening 16 minutes, passing it around, not trying to force anything, much more calculated style of play, which as a coach myself I do love to see from young players. There's now te ngākau tapu. Ia, ngana ana ki te neke I ngā kai ārai o te tau, te ihu o te waka, looking to move the Marlborough defence around, trying to shift them from side to side, see if they can open up some gaps. Engari, nai kei te tau ihu o te waka, Marlborough with the ball back once more. Kōkiri ana ki taua tahamatau, driving up that right hand side, but the ball does cross the line there. Nō reira, he makapaitaha anō ki te tau ihu o te waka. Another throw in to Marlborough. Starting to stack up these throw-ins. Ko te wero mā rātou I nāianei me pehea rātou, e whakawhiti e nei makapaitaha ki ngā ū. How can they turn these opportunities into goals? As we see, te whiu roa. The long throw into the middle of the field. Working it across the top of the box, looking for the through ball. Te whana kōkiri. E rapu ana I tōna kaikuru, engari tētai e rau te hono I taua wā. That through ball, looking for a striker. Engari I nāianei, he a heinga mā te ngako tapu. Te whana rewa. Oh, we tuki I te... Oh, tata rawa atu. Te whana kōkiri I horapu I te kaikuru me tōna whana rewa. I tuki I te pai, I te pau mau I. Katahi I reira te kaunuku, te ngana anō engari I reira. Te kaikati uhanga hoki, hei kaupare I taua kuru. Lovely through ball, finding the striker. His chip just striking that left-hand post. And then on the rebound, the midfielder getting up, putting it in, and a great save from the Marlborough goalkeeper. Oh, where te ngako tapu e hāpiti ana I te taumahatanga, adding that pressure on to this Marlborough defence. Engari he whanako kui nāianei. The corner coming in. Tata. Marlborough, engana ana ki te whakahoki nāianei, looking to get on the counter-attack. Good, strong challenge there. Hai ki te kaiwa wao. Whana whiwhi mā te tauihu o te waka. That is a free kick for Marlborough. Still inside their own half. They won't mind the opportunity to clear things out. Te ahua nei. Kua mamai tētahi. Kai tākaro anō. Looks like we've got another injury. Potentially a little bit of argy-bargy in that whanakoko in that corner. As we just take a second to see if he's alright. Ko te ahua nei kei te pai ia. E ata hoki ana ia ki ona waiwai. Just slowly getting back to his feet. Good to see, nothing major there. 9-8. Kei a te tauihu o te waka, te mana. Kia whai te u. Now the authority with Marlborough. Can they use this free kick to get down inside the sacred half and find a goal? They drive it into that right-hand corner. Rakuana Iona Kowhiringa looking for his options, finds the man behind him. Good contest for the ball. Ends up back with Te Ngako Tapu, back with Sacred Heart. Ia rātau e kōkiri ana ki taua Tahamaui as they drive up that left-hand side. Well cut out again by te tauihu o te waka, by Marlborough. Marlborough. Ata tākaro ana. Ata whakawā ana I o rātau kōwhiringa. Just surveying their options. Trying to find a way through the Sacred Heart defence, who do get in the way of that pass, but can only get it as far as the Marlborough man again. This time he comes away. Te whana kōkiri e rapuana I tōna kaikuru. Finds a striker. Te kuru. Aira I whai ia I te neti. Engari kua whai te neti ki te taho o te tapawhā. He finds the net, but just the side netting on this occasion. A nice little chance there, mai te tahamatau from the right-hand side. Te kuru. E rapu ana I taua kōkuna matau, looking for that top right-hand corner. Couldn't quite find it. Engari he tohu pai anō tērā mā tēnei tima. Mai te tauihu o te waka. E whai ana I ngā aheinga ki te wero I ngā kaiarai o te ngako tapu. A good sign that for these boys from Marlborough, finding opportunities to challenge the defenders from Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart. Reset to their keeper, who then plays it out wide. Looking for his man on the right wing. Hits it back in field, almost with the steal. Marlborough. Sacred Heart retain possession. Now looking to drive up that right-hand side. Whakahoki ana ki Wanganui, resetting to the middle. 9-8. Whakawhiti ana ki te Tahamaui, using that switch play very nicely, right to left. Marlborough now, cutting that one out. Engari kei te ngā kautapu anō, kōkiri ana kei Wainganui, ka taia ia te kuru. Thought he might have a look at a shot there, opted to go for the through ball. Nicely covered by Tuhanga e ki ana ki ona hoa. Whakatau e hoa mā, aku tēnei. Just telling his mates to calm down, trying to settle them into a slightly slower, slightly more controlled rhythm, letting them know he's got everything under control. Koira, te maia, o ngā kaikāti uhanga. There's one thing that goalkeepers do not lack, it is confidence. Te rapia he kuru kei te haere. We might see a shot from range there. Instead, Marlborough opting to drive down to that left-hand corner. Mari, kai pai tērā nā te kaiarai o te ngā kautapu e toa ana i te makapaitaha mā tōna tima. Kau! Ah, te tau ihu o te waka. Thought that was going to be a throw into Sacred Heart there, but it looks like it's been awarded to Marlborough. Might he go for the long throw? Marlborough, e whawhai ana, tērā pōro, kei rō. Te tapawha, e te pauaka me ki, fighting for that ball inside the box. Sacred Heart able to clear, but only as far as that Marlborough midfield. Marlborough once again e whakahoki ana ki a rātou, i o rātou, ka iārei, resetting once more to their defence. Nice tackle there from te ngā kautapu, engari te kaha o taua kaunuku. Kia toa anō i te pōro, lovely work, lovely strength from the Marlborough midfielder to win that ball back once more. Marlborough, e noho a nea ana i te haurua o te ngā kautapu, engari te tāhai, ka tahi ia te whai tōna hoa, te whana kōkiri. Looking to find him, can he get the whana hōkai away, can he get the cross away? He does. Me te kuru hoki, engari āhua kaharawa, e mahi pairo atu tērā, te whana kōkiri, ki taua taha matau, kātahi ko te whana hōkai, e rapu ana i tōna kaikuru kei Wainganui. Te taia ia te rapu iaia i taua wā, engari, te kuru mai te tope o te pauaka, āhua kaharawa i tēnei e wā, e tohu pai tonu tērā mā te ngā kautapu, e wero ana i ngā kaiarai o te tau ihu o te waka. A lovely little play there from Sacred Heart, the through ball driving down that right hand side, followed up by a good cross into the middle, couldn't quite find his striker, managed to get up on the rebound and put the shot just over the bar. Even though they couldn't find the net there, promising signs for the team from Tamaki Makaurau, starting to find ways to really challenge this Marlborough defence, which as of yet has seemed quite firm. Te kaunga miniti e toiana i tēnei haurua tuatahi ko te āhua nei he ū kei te haere i mua i te weheruatanga. Ko te pātai nei māwai tērā ū e whai. You just feel in this last 10 minutes there is a goal coming before the half-time break. The real wonder is from whom. Will it be the boys from Te Tauihi o Te Waka, the boys from Marlborough? Ko te ngā kautapu rānei, will Sacred Heart manage to find that lead? Inaia nei. Te whana hōkai, e rapu ana i tōna kaikuru e te kaiarai anō. Lovely cross looking for a striker, but the defender gets up once more. Te kuru. Tino tata. Lovely whana tau there. Lovely half volley. Pretty close to the roof of the net there. Just sails over. Yeah. Kai kāti uhanga, he rapu ana i te pōro, he wāpai tēnei mā ona hoa, te whakatā, as the goalie there runs off to retrieve the ball. That looks like it was booted all the way to Narnia. Lovely little time for his teammates, just take a breather after what has been quite an intense first 25. Te whana roa rawa atu, tata ki te paiwehe, long ball there, getting up close to the halfway line. Marlborough managing to retain possession. Inaia nei e kōkiri ana ki taua parirau matau, driving up that right hand side. Kaori o te tino mōhio. I te hara, not too sure what the foul was there. Engari he whanawhiwhi anō ki te tauihu o te waka. Another free kick to the Marlborough boys side. As they now win the ball on the top of the box. Can't quite get it away. Now they look to drive down into that left-hand corner. Both teams asking for the ball there. Engari ai ki te kaiawhina. Mā, te ngākau tapu e timata. Touch judge says that Sacred Heart will get us underway once more. Koera tētai āhuatanga tino pai o te rautaki o tēnei tima mai tāmaki makaurau. E whakamahi ana I te whānuitanga o te papa. Kāore rātou I te ūtonu ki tētahi taha noa. Engari e ka whakamahi ana I o rātou whanahōkai. I a rātou whakawhiti. Hei neke I ngā kaiārai ko te tauihu o te waka. Lovely to see from this Sacred Heart team using the expanse of the field. Early on, the play very much stuck to that left-hand side, but now using their switches, using their cross-field kicks to stretch that Marlborough defence and really start to open up some gaps, as we see. Ētahi o ngā kaiārai o te tauihu o te waka. Āhua ngengi ana, we see some defenders with their hands on their knees. Ara tātou e te iwi kua tākoro. Ēnei tamariki, ēnei rangatahi I ngā kēmu toru. Tērā pēr ngā kēmu whāke. Reira. Kāore e kore. He āta. Puta ana te ngenge kei rō. I ētahi o ēnei. He ū. Aia he ū. Ko te āhua nei he ū pohe. Ki te ngākau tapu. Te whana koko. I tuku ki te rangi. I taka mai I reira. Te kaiwhake hei tuki a māhunga ki te tapa whā. The cross put up into the heavens, came down, and looks like Sacred Heart had one of their attackers there to meet it. Lovely little header, guiding it towards the goal. Might have taken a deflection on the way through. Engari, e hara te ara I te mea nui ko te mea nui ko te ū. It's not how they come, it's the goal that matters most. As Sacred Heart, te ngākau tapu, take the lead. All of that hard work paying off for these boys as they managed to finally get that advantage in Ngari Marlborough. E ngana ana ki te whai te tai whakaua I te weheruatanga. Marlborough looking to find response before this first half break rather. E rima tonu ngā miniti atoi ana no reira. He wā tōna. He wā pai mā rātou ki te ngana anō. Still 5 minutes to go. That is plenty time for them to get up and go again. See if they can find a way back into this fixture and go back into the break on even terms. Engari, I te hao rite, he āheinga tonu mā Sacred Heart ki te whakanui I taua aputa I mua I te weheruatanga. In the same breath, plenty of time for Sacred Heart to find an opportunity to extend their lead going into the half-time. As we see he whanawhiwhi anō ki te ngākau tapu. Ooh. Āhua mō rere tērā. Kua puta te kaikāti uhanga o te ngākau tapu I tōna ake haurua. Hei tuku I tēnei whanawhiwhi, we see the goalkeeper for Sacred Heart coming out of his own half to take this free kick. You wonder if Marlborough might be able to turn this around on them. Tino kaha. Ko te āhua nei he kuru tērā. That almost looked like a shot. Came in from halfway, but man did it fly. Oh where. Te kaha hoki o ētahi o ēnei rangatahi, the strength shown by some of these rangatahi. Making me feel a little bit pathetic myself. Engari me maumahara, ko ēnei te krimi o te crop. These are the cream of the crop of our rangatahi. E he mea kei te mohi o tētahi te kupu Māori mo te crop. Whakamohi o mai. If anyone knows the Māori word for crop, please do let me know. E kore tōku kaiako. E rata pai ana ki tōku whakaranu hia. Whakaranu o ngā kupu Māori me ngā kupu Pākehā. I don't think my teacher is going to love me mixing my Māori and my English together. Engari. Kāri e iko nei te iwi. He's not here. So I'm going to make hay. Te ngākau tapu, e hoki ana ki tō rātou kaikāti uhanga. Sacred Heart sending it back to the goal. Engari tētai e te whai I tōna kainuku. Kua kauparetia e tētahi o ngā kaunuku o Marlborough. Couldn't quite find his midfielder there. Well intercepted by one of the midfield players from Marlborough. Marlborough looking to retain possession. Engari, kua tāhei tia te pōro e te ngā tapu. Sacred Heart with the steal i nai anei. Te makapaitaha hoki ki a rātou, also winning the throw-in. E toru ngā miniti a toi ana i tēnei haurua tūtahi. 3 minutes left to go in this first half. Can one of these teams construct another chance before the break? Takuaroha e te iwi. He paku raru tērā nā tōku rorohiko engari kua tika i nai anei. Just a brief issue there with my computer. The old battler doing its best to keep me up to date on this stream, but it has been corrected now and I am back. Te ngā kautapu. Te makapaita i tētai wāhi tino mō rea mā ngā kaiārai o te tau ihu o te waka. Throw in a dangerous position for this Marlborough defence. Can they find their whana Hawkeye? Can they get across in? They stick it into that left-hand corner. Engari. Mahi pai tērā nā ngā kai ārai. Nai anei. Marlborough, e ngana ana ki te whakawātea i taumahatanga kei runga i a rātau i tēnei wā, looking to clear the pressure that they have on them at the moment. Just get the ball down into the Sacred Heart half, try and find a way to put some pressure back on the team from Tamaki Makaurau. He makapaitaha ki a rātau, me pehe rātau e whakamahi pai i tēnei āheinga. How can they make a good use of this chance? As they look to throw it deep into the box. Can't quite link up. Tērā pea he pāringa kei rō, engari ai ki te kaua o ka tākaro tonu. Maybe a little handball in there, but the referee says we'll play on. 9-8, Marlborough. Whakahoki ana ki te tuara Maui, resetting to their left back. Tērā pea koia te pūtuara ke. E makapaitaha no kia Marlborough ia te wā whakapau ana. Aira, koera te whakamutunga o tēnei haurua tuatahi. Ko Sacred Heart e toa ana mā te tahi ki te kore ki te tau ihu o te waka. Sacred Heart go into the break 1-0 up over Marlborough boys. Tino tata te haurua kua hipa no reira kore ka pērā no te haurua tuarua. A really close half of football that we have witnessed. No doubt the second half will bring more of the same. Ka paku whakatātātou. We'll have a quick break and then we'll come back with what promises to be an exciting finish. Hei akua nei.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit.
Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this.
Filling and saving feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
Tēnā rā tātou e te iwi nau mai hoki mai anō ki tēnei, te haurua tuarua o tēnei kēmu hi kakarawa atu, ko Sacred Heart e tō ana mā te tahi ki te kura o te tauihu o te waka. He tino tata tēnei haurua tuatai kua hipa, he tino hikaka hoki no reira, kaore e kore ka pērā no te haurua tuarua kei te haere. Kia ora and good afternoon everyone, welcome back to the second half of our coverage of this fixture between Sacred Heart and Marlborough. Sacred Heart leading by just the 1 goal at the break. We saw an incredibly close first half. Both teams finding good opportunities to get up and challenge the goal. No doubt the second half will be much of the same, as Sacred Heart just taking their time. E hui ana, e kōrero rautaki ana, kia tino rite rātou. Mo tēnei haurua tuarua. Sacred Heart just taking their time, having some final strategy talks so they can come out ready to attack this second half. Mā Marlborough, e timata. Ka tākaro mai te taha maui, te taha matau. Sacred Heart, ka timata ki te ārai e tākarona mai, te matau ki te maui. Marlborough will start with the ball playing from left to right. Sacred Heart playing right to left, starting on defence. Titiro ki ngā kai tākaro katoa o Marlborough. E tūtera ana ki taua paiwehe, rite ana ki te whaiwhai tēnei whana. You can see all the boys from Marlborough lining up on that halfway line, ready to get up and chase the kick, as they do. Kua ki te tātou i taua rautaki mai I te nuinga o ngā tima I tēnei wiki. Ka timata te haurua ki te whanaroa. We've seen that strategy from the majority of teams so far this week, starting the half off with a deep kick into the opposition half, trying to win that early possession game. Kua korua hau pāna ki te ahuatanga o te whana poikiri he kēmu o te momentum. I've already spoken at length about how football is a game of momentum shifts. If you can claim that momentum early on, really can put the pressure on the opposition right from the get-go. As we see, te kaikāti uhanga o te ngākau tapu. E kaupare ana I taua nekehanga, just cutting that movement out. E whakatau ana I ona hoa, ka timata mai muri. Settling his team down, looking to start the play from the back. I nāianei, e kōkiri ana. Ki taua kokono matau, engari he rutu pai tērā nā te tuara matau o te tauihu o te waka, looking to drive down into that right-hand corner, but a lovely tackle from the right back. Takuaruha, te tuara maui, the left back of Marlborough. Once again, hit the iwi for getting my lefts and rights. Please stay in school. I nāianei. Te whaiwhai pai, nā, te kaikāti uhanga o te ngākau tapu, e whana ana tērā poro ki te taha. Lovely chase there from the Sacred Heart goalkeeper, clearing that ball out for he makapaita for a throw-in, saving his team the corner. I nāianei Zapata. Whai anei tōna hoa, kei runga I te pauaka, e ngana ana ki te kuru ki taua tahata wāhi, engari āhua kaharawa. Looking to get a shot off to that far side, a little bit strong. That one floats away to the left. Engari, koenei te timatanga I pirangitia e Marlborough me tō rātau kai whakahaere. This is the beginning. This is the kind of start to the second half that Marlborough and their coach would have been wanting. Putting early pressure on Te Ngākau Tapu, trying to find a way to get that equaliser sooner rather than later and allow themselves the chance to get back on top of this game. Ngākau tapu ko te wero ki a rātau e nāianei me pēhea rātau. E whakawhiti ki te waiwai ki tua. How can they get on the front foot? E nāianei, te tauihu o te waka e kōkiri ana ki taua kokona maui, driving into that left-hand corner. Once again, te Ngākau tapu forced to put it out for a makapaitaha for a throw-in. Goes for the short throw. Finds his man. Te taia e ia. Te tuku I tana, whana Hawkeye can't get his cross away. Reira, e whana tapawha, kia te Ngākau tapu. It'll be another goal kick to Sacred Heart. Once again, really getting camped down in their own half. Tino tau tērā nā te kaiārai. Nice and settled there from the defender, not feeling at all pressured by the two attackers running up on him. I nāianei. Te Ngākau tapu e kōkiri ana ki te kokona this time. Sacred Heart driving down into the corner, trying to give what they've been getting back to this Marlborough team. Whakahoki ana ki muri, turning it back to their keeper. Ahua mō rearea tērā. Tino hīkaka ana ngā kai whakaeke o te tauihu o te waka. E tāmi ana e pēhi ana I te kaikāti uhanga o te Ngākau tapu. A little bit dangerous there as we see the Marlborough attackers keen to get up and place some pressure on the Sacred Heart goalie. More than happy to play around the back, but getting close to a couple intercepts there. E whana kōkiri e rapu ana I tōna kaikuru. Kua hono, me te whana hōkai hoki. He tae e ia. Te whai tōna hoa I taua wā. Lovely little through ball to the striker. Good cross into the middle. Well, actually, not quite there. Just puts it behind the goal. Couldn't quite link up on that occasion. Ngari he tohu pai tēnei mā te tima mai te tauihi o te waka. He tima te pai ana I tēnei haurua tuatahi. Good initial signs for the team from Marlborough. Looking to start this half strong. And Sacred Heart still happy to pass it around the front of goal. He tohu o te mai a tērā, some serious confidence. He whana kōkiri anō, e rapu ana I tōna kaikuru. Kua hono. Koe rā te taumahatanga anō. Lovely little through ball. Links up with the striker. Good pressure there as Te Ngākau Tapu are forced to put it out the sideline for another makapaitaha, another throw-in. Sacred, te whana hōkai. Takoroha Marlborough ki te whana hōkai. Engari, Sacred, kua taia, te whakawātea I taua taumahatanga, able to clear that pressure off. And 8. Tērā āhuatanga tino tau anō taku tino kupu. Te makariri. Te kupu ka kaha whakamahia ahau I ahau. E whakaako ana I oku ake tima. Once again, going back to that very settled strategy, that word that I so love to use with my own teams, nice and chill. Keeping a nice cool head, moving it around the back, not trying to force anything. Letting those gaps open up as they are now. Te Ngākau Tapu looking to put the pressure on this Marlborough defence. Can't quite steal it on that occasion. Engari kei a rātou tonu te kōro. Looks like they've managed to retain possession. Now they look to drive again down into that corner. Engari, lovely work from Zapata. Hahaitia anō e ia te kōro. Once again stolen the ball and still with it. E whana ana ki Wanganui. Kōkiri ana ki te Pauaka. Lovely drive. Te whana kōkiri. Ka taia ia te kuru. Kau. Lovely through ball. Couldn't quite reel it in. Looked to get the cross away, but it was just out of reach. Engari, he whana koko ki te kura o te tauihu o te waka. Me pēhea rātou. E whakamahi I tēnei aheinga. A pēhea tō rātou rautaki. How are they going to look to use this opportunity? What kind of strategy are they going to use? Looks like they might go for a rush here. He tūana ngā kaiwhake katoa ki waho I te pauaka. Looks like they're going to rush in here, and they do. Starting at the top of the box, flying in, the crossover, Engari I reira hoki, te kaikāti uhanga. Goalkeeper there to cut that one out. As we see yet another ball on the field. Just adding a little bit of spice to the note. Te kaikāti uhanga, kaoria I te wehi, kaoria I te mataku. He is unfazed, not afraid to play the ball around in front of goal. Engari, Marlborough, kua tāhai anō. Marlborough with the steal anō. This time can't convert it into an attack as now. Te whana kōkiri, ki taua kokuna matau. Lovely through ball to that right hand corner. Engari he whana koko, kia te Ngākau Tapu I tēnei wā. And now a corner to Sacred Heart. Straight back on offense. Looks like one of the boys cramping up a little bit there. Ehara tērā I te ohorere kua tino pukumahi e nei rangatahi katoa mo e nei rā e rua kua hipa. Ko te ohorere nei kua pēnei te roa o te wā kia puta ai tērā āhuatanga. Not a surprise to see some of these lads starting to cramp up. They've been working so hard over this. Perhaps the only surprise that it's taken that long for any of them to start feeling the effects. Oh, where te rangatahitanga. The fruits of youth. Oh, where te whana karate. Karate kick. Ko te ahua nei. Hingana I te whana takapore. Looked like an attempted bicycle there. Hingari. Ahua. Kaharawa I taua wā. And so good it even made my voice break e te iwi. That's how excited I was. Possibly the only thing I have in common with these boys, as we see, I makapaitaha no ki te kura no te tauihu o te waka. Ngana ana ki te whiwitea ki te kōkuna, engari I reira hoki te kai ārai hei kaupare e taua whakaekenga. And they throw that down to the corner, but the Sacred Heart defence up to cut that out. E makapaita anō kia te tauihu o te waka. Kua ki te tātou I etahi tima e whakamahi ana I ngā makapaitaha roa hei momo hokai. If you wanna ki te pauaka, whakamahi ana I o rātou tuki a mahunga hei wero I ngā kai kātiuhanga. We've seen some teams using their long throw-ins almost as a form of cross, trying to get the ball up in the air and use their headers to challenge the goalies. Engari ko te ahua nei tētai e nei taha e rua, te mahi pērā ai, doesn't look like either of these sides going to be able to do as such. Kai kātiuhanga o te ngā kautapu e ngana ana ki te whakatau. Te āhuatanga te kemu nei, goalkeeper just looking to settle things down a little bit. As we see te ngā kautapu e neke ana mai te maui, mai te matau, tapu aroha ki te maui, moving it from right to left. I nai anei, e kōkiri ana ki te pauaka, driving into the box, trying to dribble his way through, can't quite do it. I nai anei, e te whakahoki ki ngā kai ārai. Up the whakawā nei o rātou ko whiringa, resetting back to the defender, judging his options, drifting that ball in towards the far post. Engari I reira. Te pūtua rā, he tuki a mahunga atu I taua pōro. The defender getting across to head that one away. E whana koko, kao, e whana tapa whā tērā, ki te ngākau, ki te kura, mai te tauihu o te waka. That'll be a goal kick to Marlborough. Ahua pōturi haere ana te kēmu nei. This game just starting to slow down a touch as we enter the latter half of the second period. Engari, te ngā kautapu. Kōkiri ana ki taua kokona. Makapaitaha ki a rātou I nai nei. Taku whakapaika ki te akua nei tātou I etahi o ngā whakawhiti mai ngā tima e rua. My guess is that we'll be seeing some substitutions from both teams not too far off as we enter these latter stages. Perhaps ngā kai whakahaere ka pirangi rātou ki te apati I etahi hikaka, etahi ngāo ki o rātou I o rāua tima. Tērā pēr ki te whakamahi etahi o ngā waiwai hau kei o rāua pai. Might see the managers wanting to inject some energy into their teams, use some fresh legs off the bench. Koera te āhuatanga o ngā kura, kei tēnei taumata. That is one of the aspects of the teams, the schools that we see at this level, is they bring a serious depth of talent to these tournaments. Plenty of impact, plenty of skill to come off the respective benches. Te ngā kautapu. Kōkiri ana ki te pauaka. Te rapea he whanahokai kei te haere. Can't quite get his cross off. Defender diving in there. E makapaitaha anō ki te kura mai te tauihu o te waka. Te kai whakahaere. E titira ana mehemea he tika. Te hau kei roto I te pōro. Looks like the manager there just checking that the amount of air in the ball is correct. Looks like he has confirmed he is satisfied with the pressure. Wouldn't surprise me if he had a little air pressure measure to pull out just to make sure all of the tapu was to his liking. Nai nei e tohu ana ki tōna tai kai tākaro. Me whiui I te pōro ki hea, just telling him, mate, throw the ball that way, just in case he didn't know. Engari he whanawhiwhi ki Marlborough I tēnei wā, tata ki te pai wehe. Kario te mohu o ia, te tukui tēnei ki te pauaka, he can. Here I was doubting whether they'd be able to get this one all the way into the box, but plenty of strength in that pass. Lovely little flick over the top. Can they get a shot away? Right in front of goal. So tata rawa atu. He mea mō rea tērā mā te kura te ngākau tapu. Engari, e ora tonu wana rātou aha ko te taumatanga ko āpitihia te kura mai te tauiho o te waka. Dangerous time there for Sacred Heart, but they live on despite all of that pressure from Māori boys, as we see plenty of players with their ringa kai o rātou waiwai with their hands on their knees. Koira te kupu tika mo te knees turi. He hua anō te roa o ngā kēmu. Another product of just how long and tough these games have been. Engari e te iwi koinei te rātua toru noiho. Hau e taukuri this just the third day. Hopefully these boys find a chance to just get a little break in before they push on into the latter half of the week. As we see, little scrap there. We he te taia e te tai o ngā tima ki te tino whai i tō rātou rere me ki. Neither of the teams really able to find their flow as they kind of scrap around that halfway line. Engari, te ngākau tapu. Looking to drive forwards, can't quite do so. As we see Zapata getting up to chase that ball, putting some pressure on the goalie, almost getting that block. Ki te hanga tātou, ia, ngā kai ārai o te tau iho o te waka i āta whakaperi ana ki a rātou anō, i hanga ana i tētai pātū, i mohio pai ana rātou mehe mea ka taia e te ngākau tapu te whai i tētahi. Anō ka tino ua mā rātou, ki te whakautu. Weakens the defence, starting to bunch together a little bit, forming somewhat of a defensive wall. They know if Sacred can find another goal, it'll be incredibly hard for them to get their way back into this match. Engari, kua te kaunga meneti tonu e toi ana. He roa tonu te wā mā rātou. Still 20 minutes to go, plenty of time for them to find their way back in. E whanawhiwhi. Ki te ngākau tapu, little dummy play there. Te whana kōkiri ki tōna hoa, kei taua kokona. Little through ball to his teammate in that corner. Ko ki te kura o te ngākau tapu. That'll corner kick to Sacred Heart College. I tēnei wā, hui ana ngā kaitākaro katoa kei roto i te pauaka. Looks like everyone's bunching into the box. Tino tata ki te tapawha, trying to cram things up a little bit. You see the ball go up. I reira ia ki te tuki a māhunga. Engari tētaia ia te taua pōro ki te neti. Up and put a header on it. Couldn't quite guide it into the net this time. Engari kei a rātou tonu te pōro, still with possession, as they now look to settle things down, work it around their defence again. Inai, te kura o te ngākau tapu e kōkiri ana ki taua kokona matau, driving into that right-hand corner. Engari kua kaupare tia. Tērā, whana hōkai e te pūtua rā. That cross cut out by the centre-back. Engari, te whana koko anō. Kia te kura o te ngākau tapu, kei a rātou te nuinga o ngā heinga tainoa ki tēnei wai i te haurua tuarua. They've had the majority of the chances so far in the second half. They'll be feeling if they can put a second goal in the back of the net, that might be able to give them a sufficient cushion for the remaining 15 minutes of this game. Taua whana koko. E kōre pi whakaroto ana ki muri te tapawha. That cross just drifting in behind the goal. Ia tātou e kite ana i tai whakawhiti mai. Te pai o te ngākau tapu. We see some substitutions coming from the Sacred Heart bench. E rua e toru pea, tokotoru ngā tangata, tokorua ngā tangata e whakawhiti mai ana. Two substitutions come on. E mātau e paku whakatāna, brief break. He wātiga ki te mihi atu anō ki ngā kai tautoko o te kaupapa nei. NZ Carbon Farming, Whakata Māori, Caltex, 2 Degrees, Apollo Projects. Ki a Massey University hoki. I o rātou ti manaki te kaupapa. Our thanks again to all of our great sponsors, our great supporters of this competition. Nā rātou. tātou e taia ai. Te rikotei tēnei kemu nā rātou. Tēnei whakataitai he tūnei. With their support, we can bring you this live stream. More importantly, we can hold this competition and give this platform to our rangatahi ki te tākaro I tō rātou hakinakina ki te taumata tino teitei to play their sport at the highest level. Nō reira, e mihi tonu ana kia rātou katoa. Kia Bailey's hockey. Kei ware ia hau our Baileys. Thanks to Baileys as well, lest I forget them. For all of your real estate needs, please use Baileys. Preferably, do not use Barfoot and Thompson. No shade. I nai nei, te whanaroa ki te haurua. Te ngākau tapu, long ball into the Sacred Heart half. E makapaitaha anō ki te tau ihu o te waka. Another throw in to the team from Marlborough. Can they turn this into another attacking opportunity as they bring in one of the defenders? Te rapea e whiu roa kei te haere. Might see a long throw coming in, and we do. Engari I reira hoki, te kai ārai. Hei whakawātea I taua taumahatanga. The defender getting up to clear that ball, relieve them of that pressure. Marlborough, e ngana ana. Ki te pēhi tonu, hia te ngākau tapu ki tō rātou ake haurua. Marlborough looking to press Sacred Heart back into their own half, not give them any space to run the ball. Kua ki te tātou I te tere, o ngā kai whakaeke o te ngākau tapu mehe mea ka tai e rātou te whai ngā āputa ka wainganui I ngā kai ārai o Marlborough he mea tina mō rea rea tērā mā rātou. We've seen the pace of this Sacred Heart attack, Marlborough knowing if they allow Sacred Heart to start to find gaps in their defence, that'll be extremely dangerous. Hence, their emphasis on keeping that ball down in the Sacred half and bunching up, trying to form a wall, not letting them play their game. And doing well thus far in the second half to keep that threat away. I nai nei he makapaitaha ki a rātou anō. Ai he mea pai, te ārai engari, me rapu tā rātou I taua u. Good defence is one thing, but they know they need to find that goal. Kaumā toru ngā minutes here toi ana, 13 minutes to go. E wāroa tonu tērā, that's still a long time. No doubt they'll be believing. Whakaroa hau ki taua, kiwaha taua, whakatauki. Rongonui rau atu kua kōrorotia kētia e au. Tēnei kiwaha, he maha ngā wā. Kaua e mate wheke, me mate ururoa. Don't die like an octopus, fight like a shark. Nō reira, koira, taku whakatena ki a Marlborough. Hakoa kaore rātou, I tai ana. Whakarongo ki a hau. That would be my encouragement to Marlborough if they could hear me. But they cannot, alas, their loss. Nō reira, te ngākau tapu e whakawāte ana I taua. Poro anō, once again, clearing that ball away. I nai nei, e whakaeke ana, te whana kōkiri e rapu ana I tōna hoa. Can he get the through ball away to look for his striker? Opts to go himself. No doubt he'll be regretting that one. Had a good option on the inside, couldn't quite find him. Engari he tohu pai tērā mā tēnei tima mai tāmaki makaurau. Kei a rātou tonu te āheinga ki te whakanui tēnei aputa. Good signs for the team from Auckland. They've still got the ability to extend this lead as now they drive up the middle. Can they get the shot away? Where they can. Tataki taua pautai wahi close to that far post, just dribbling wide. Engari, kua wharatia tētahi anō, another player goes down injured. Titiro ki ngā kai ārai e takato ana ki te papa. Me ngā kai tākaro o te ngākau tapu, me ho rātou ringa kei o rātou turi. We see another go down injured, defenders lying on the floor. Marlborough players with their hands on their knees. This is turning into a serious challenge for these young players. So deep into this competition, we know the fatigue starting to set in. They'll be hoping to get through these last 15 minutes unscathed. As we just take a quick break to allow that young man back to his feet. Te kai whakahaere o Marlborough boys e tohu ana, e whakahau ana ki ona kai tākaro ki te hui hui mai ki aia. asking his boys to come in for a quick hui, giving some last-minute strategy instructions while using his time wisely to try and give his team some inspiration. There he is, gathering them together. No doubt it will be an inspirational speech going on in that huddle. Bit of a High School Musical moment. Be nice to see them break out into a song, maybe some pre-prepared choreo. But to be honest, I don't know if that actually happens in real life. You never know though. Wildcats Kirunga. Looks like both teams going to take a quick break here. Mahi pai tera nā te kai wawao e ki te ana i te ngenge o ngā tima e rua. Whakai ana mā rātou ki te paku whakatā. Very considerate there, the referee, seeing both teams quite tired at the moment, giving them both an opportunity to just take a quick break while we attend to the kai tākaro down on the left of your screen. Kia tātou e whakatāna he wāpai tēnei ki te mihi atu ki te whare wānanga o Massey. Tō rātou manakitunga mai ki tēnei kaupapa, kua whakaitia mai. Mā mātou te whakamahi I ēnei papa paero atu. Our thanks again to Massey University for their hospitality shown towards this competition, their agreement for us to use these fantastic fields, offering a world-class platform for some world-class footy. Engari kia hīkaka mai e hoa mā. Ai ko tēnei, te kēmu whakamutungo te rānei, engari e rua ngā rā tonu kei te haere. This may be the final fixture of our day, but we have 2 more days of fantastic footy tomorrow and on Friday as we see the pool play come to an end and the top teams go on into the playoffs to contest for the trophy. Koira te moimoia, koira te whainga, mā te nuingo e nei rangatahi e pirangi ana rātou I te mea kotahi. That is the goal, that is the dream for all of these rangatahi. They are all here for one thing and one thing only, to go home with that national trophy, to be crowned as te tino kura o ngā kura katoa o te motu nei as the best school in the country for football in 2025. Mehe mea katoa, mehe mea ka henga, ka rea kore ka maumahara e nei rangatahi ki e nei whiako o te toenga o a rātou, o rātou oranga, win or lose. No doubt they hold the memories of this week with them for a long time to come. Such a unique opportunity to play on such a fantastic stage. Pa tētahi mea ki te tākaro I ngā tima mai tō ake rohe, engari ki te tākaro I ngā tima mai ngā kokone e whao te motu nei he taumata anō tērā. It's one thing to be able to play in your local competitions, but to be able to expand your horizons, play teams from across the country, that is truly unique. Tuku ana ngā aroha ki taua kai tākaro e takuto ana ki te papa as we hope the best for that player down at the moment. Engari, kia maumahara e te iwi, ko nei te whakataitai, whana poikiri, engari he maha ngā whakataitai e tūwana I tēnei wiki kotahi. This football, and remember at the iwi, this football tournament, whilst fantastic, is only one of many tournaments we have for you here on Whakaata Māori this week. Winter Tournament Week obviously going on across the country, from netball to basketball to badminton to wrestling to indoor bowls. Mehe mea he hākina kina tau kare e kore e whakaatu ana tātou I tētai whakataitai. No matter what sport floats your boat, we have a competition on for you. Nō reira, go wehe wehe mai. Go wehe wehe I tēnei kēmu. Don't leave this game. I'm not at all asking you to switch off. Engari, kia are mai, kia hīkaka mai e te iwi, mō ngā whakataitai, he tūwana I tēnei wiki. Get eager, get excited for the sheer amount of tournaments and sport that we have for you this week. Winter Tournament Week, truly a unique opportunity to see the best of the best in their own fields, as we see Te Rakai Tākaro E haere ana ki te taha, ko te tūmanako nei, he mea moruiti noa taua whara. So we see that player now heading to the sideline, really hoping that is nothing too serious. Ia, ngā kaiwa wāwe hoki mai ana ki te papa. Nō reira ka timato no akua nei. We see the referees coming back onto the field. We will be starting again shortly. It looks like it will be Marlborough ball to start us off. Te kaunga miniti e toi ana i tēnei haurua tuarua. Nō reira he wā roa e toi ana mā ngā tima e rua. Ki te whai tētai ua no. Still 10 minutes to go. Plenty of time for both of these teams to find that goal they've been searching for. Ka taia e te ngā kautapu. Te whai, I te āheinga ki te whakanui e taua apita. Can Sacred Heart find the opportunity to extend that lead? Looks like we're actually going to be starting with a corner down on this near side. Nō reira, he āheinga tēnei. Mā te kura o te ngā kautapu. Te whai I taua u. Good opportunity for Sacred Heart to find that goal. Put that lead out to 2 with only 10 minutes remaining. Marlborough will already be looking at how they can counter-attack from this situation. Kai tākaro katoa e hui ana tata ki te tapa whā. We can see all of the players crowding in real close to the goal there. Trying to make it awkward as possible for the Kaiare, for the defenders. Obstructing their view, getting in the way, trying to cause a little bit of chaos and hoping that ball can find its way into the back of the net. So we see te whanakoko mai te rataha maui, the cross coming in from that left hand side. Well cut out, but now they look to counter attack. Tai ki te kaiwa wāohi pai taua rutu. Referee says that tackle's okay. Lovely little tohipa, lovely dummy there from Zapata, looking to work up that right hand side. Inoia nei, te kura, te ngā kautapu. Āta kōkiri ana ki taua taha matau, ki taua taha maui me ki. Sacred Heart just carefully working their way up that left hand side. Inoia nei e whakawhiti ana ki taha tā wāhi. Now switching to the far side. E makapai taha anō. Ki te ngā kautapu nō reira. Kaore anō, te kura mai te tau iho te waka kua. Kaore anō. Au, wete reo e te iwi. Kaore anō, te kura mai te tau iho te waka kia puta I te ngāhere. Marlborough not quite out of the woods yet. The Sacred Heart look to work it around on the top of the box. Te kuru roa. Engari. Te kuru ki te taha maui. The long shot ends up just hitting left. Not too much of a threat in the end to the Marlborough goal. Engari. Tohu pai tērā. Mai te kura o te ngā kautapu. Good signs there from Sacred Heart. Showing some real aggression. Showing some real intent to find another goal. Clearly they are not comfortable just to sit back and defend their lead. They're trying to extend it. Find a way to put this game to bed. Marlborough. E whawhai tonu ana Marlborough still right in the fight. Good pressure from te kai whakaeke engari. Āhua kaharawa, taua rutu nō reira. E whanawhiwhi ki te ngā kautapu. A little bit strong on that tackle, so it will be free kick for Sacred Heart. Sending the ball long and deep into Marlborough territory. Lovely work there. Ends in a makapai taha. Mā te kura o te ngā kautapu. Ends in a throw-in for Sacred Heart. Still in a good attacking position. What can they make of this? Honei tōna parirau maui. Tētai e te honoi tēnei wā. Looking for his left winger. Can't quite link up. Just feel the most important thing for Sacred now is to try and get that ball back into the centre. Get up away te āheinga. Ki te tuku I e taikuru. Find the opportunity to put some shots up. It's all well and good to play it nice and slow down the sides, but you're not going to produce any real threat when you're not in front of goal. Makapai taha no. The throw-in. Taihoa ki te ai. Te whiu roa. Long throw into the box. Ends up with Marlborough though, can only get it as far as the midfield. Sacred Heart retain possession, engari 9-8. Kia Marlborough, ka tai e rātou, te whai I tērā whakautu. Can they find that response? Te whana kōkiri. E rapu ana I ze pata, engari. Pānui pai. Te kaiara I taua nekehanga. Movement well read by the defender. Getting across to cut that through ball out before Zapata had a real chance to get on the end of it. Reira, he makapaitaha no. Tere. Whakahoki ana ki. Tō rātou kai kāti uhanga. Nice quick return to the goalkeeper. But who now looks to go for a little bit of a whana. Goes on a little bit of a dribble. I don't think anyone told him that it's only a 1-0 lead. He's just out here playing his footy. You love to see it. Sacred Heart, te tahirua kei ro. Te pauaka, the little 1-2 inside the box. Can't quite make it work. Engari kei rātou tonu te poro, still with possession. Te whakawhiti mai te maui ki te matau, switching it from left to right. Te wero and now nei. Marlborough, me pēhea rātou. Waroha e rarua no ki takararohiko. Me pēhea rātou. E tāhai, te mana o tēnei kemu. How can they wrestle that momentum back? Right now, a pretty endless roll of defence. Te ngākau tapu. Āpiti anei te taumātanga ki rungi a rātou. Sacred Heart piling the pressure on. E rima ngā minutes tonu e toi ana. Kōna whetera. Still 5 minutes to go. Plenty of time. But Marlborough will know they cannot get back into this game by sitting inside their own half. They need to find a way to get this ball back into Sacred Heart territory. Te kai katsu uhanga. E te whana roa. E ngana ana ki te whai. E tōku whakaro trying to follow my advice. It's lovely when people listen to you. Sending the long ball up deep into the Sacred Half. Just trying to shift some of that pressure, but once again not able to get through that Sacred midfield. Doing a fantastic job of trapping them in their own territory. Te ngakatapo no. Oh, he rutu. Tupaitia. Yahua ohorere ia I tōna kaiarai. Just giving his defender a little bit of surprise there and tackling him from behind. Ngari he makapaitaha no. Kia Marlborough. Another throw in from Marlborough as they look to work it back into the middle. Rapuana I tō rātou pariro looking for their wing up that left hand side. Strong challenge there on the right back, Te Tuara Matau. E makapaitaha no. Lots of throw-ins. Reira, te mea nui. Marlborough, ne pēhea rātou e neke I taua pōro ki Wainganui. How can they move that ball into the central channels? Get off these sidelines. Sacred Heart doing a great job of trapping them out wide. And now getting the steal. Lovely tackle there. E pōro tuarua anō yet again. That second ball coming back from Narnia and invading our space. Someone tell the boys on that other field to keep it down. The lovely little back heel. Te whana hokai engari. E ai ki te kai wawau he whiu. Te whana hokai nā te parirau. Te taia e te kaiarai ki te neke I tōna ringa. Mō reira ko te hua he whiu mā te ngākau tapu. Lovely cross there from the winger. Defender couldn't quite get his hand out of the way. And it ends up being a penalty for Sacred Heart. E toru ngā mea tia toi ana, mehemea ka tai e rātou. Te u I konei, te rapea koira te whakamutunga. You just feel Sacred Heart can get a goal here. That'll be the end. Ko te kai whana. Ko te kai kāti uhanga. Love to see it. The goalkeeper coming up to take the penalty. What a moment this would be if he could score this one. Secure the win for his team. Te rapea koinei te utuatahi mai tētai kai kāti uhanga. A beautiful finish in the bottom left corner. Just casual stuff. What a fantastic goal. E mihi ana ki taua tāne. Lovely work from the goalkeeper coming all the way up. That might be the first and only goal we see from a goalie in this week. Calm, collected finish in the bottom left-hand corner. Nō reira. Marlborough. He rua ngā meneti e toi ana. He rua ngā u. Te rereketanga. 2 minutes to go. 2 goals the difference. Can Marlborough find some magic to go back-to-back here? Kau koera te whakamutunga o te kēmu nei. Ko Sacred Heart ngā kai toa mā te rua. Ki te kura mai I te tauihu o te waka. Sacred Heart get up 2-0 over Marlborough College. He kēmu tino tata, he kēmu tino hīkaka no reira me mihi atu ki ngā tima e rua. A real close and exciting game that we have seen here. Credit to both teams, but in the end, the school from Tamaki Makaurau doing just enough to get up and over their counterparts from the South Island. Kua hau tērā mō tēnei rā. That is me for the day e te whānau. Engari, nau mai hoki mai anō a pōpō. Make sure to come back tomorrow where we will bring you the 4th day of our tournament. Engari, mō inaia nei, mā te wā.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about 4-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
We found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit.
Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this.
Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.